each time. And that's how she came up with the name. Really good. And
you got to be careful. Let me get a piece of Lisa.
yeah.
Was it good, though?
It was really, really good. In fact, the one I ordered out there, I want to take to our friends at Slice because they have such creative pizzas.
Yeah.
I think they can do this pizza and it'll be a hit around there.
They would be
I'll
open
tell you
to
what
it
is. Yeah.
Again, the specialty pizzas from the soul pie to the wing and the prayer. The Hot Mama, as Dunaway said, just fantastic pizzas. And right now, $75 carryout special, 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas, only $75. That's 7 nights a week. Order it tonight from our friends at Slice.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A lot of stuff happening on the hardwood, including some movement in college basketball. We'll start there. We'll talk a little Alabama baseball as the SEC commissioner releases a statement yesterday, and a ton of college football and NFL to get to today as we roll live now on all of our platforms. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Tyler, the intern, running the board there. There's Forster on the back row, and Lunsford is back from a day off dealing with a little illness, maybe allergies. LT's battling the allergies out there. I saw a study from NYU, myth or not a myth, that eating honey that is local to your area helps you with your allergies. Myth or not a myth?
I am going to say there is some truth to it. I'm going to say it's not foolproof, but there is some truth to it building up.
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to it.
NYU scientist says no help at all, that there's no pollen that causes allergies in that honey at all. I'd always heard that if you ate honey from a local area there,
it helps.
That it helps your allergies.
Now, maybe that's just a
mental thing.
A
placebo.
Yeah, if it helps mentally, though.
By the way, big word for Jim, placebo. Early in the show
very
today.
early going to
Is
that,
this
Jim.
the same New York professor that said that we need to wear masks for 5 years?
It's a different one. NYU.
I would say if you think it works and it works, keep doing it. I mean, if you're getting results out of it and your mind tells you it works, what was it Costanza said, Rockstar? It's only a lie.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
Mind over matter.
Yeah, it's if you believe it to be healing and it's healing, you just keep it. And worst case scenario.
So we apologize. We apologize for all the sneezing.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think about half people are affected with allergies. And for whatever reason, I get them like once in the fall, not as much in the fall anymore, and then in the spring. But the spring usually lasts like 1 week. Yeah. And this has been like a 3-week thing now. I can't shake it.
I sneeze in the spring when I'm battling it, but I go 2 Zyrtecs a day. Not an endorsement for Zyrtec. They're not paying us money, but I go 2 allergy pills and 1 the rest of the year. But I take 1 every day. Just to try to keep it under wraps. But I double up this time of year.
I doubled up yesterday.
And when I was out on my walk/run, more walk than run yesterday, I found myself for the second straight day, my nose running as I was moving around the neighborhood there.
Well, I also noticed my car was stationary this weekend. And when I got in on Monday, there was a ton of pollen on it. And typically in May, there's not pollen.
That's right. It's late.
It is late, and I'm glad you brought that up because I've noticed that too. I park in the non-pollen zone of our building here.
Everybody does now.
Well, not me. I'm back over here now because the sap has stopped coming off the trees.
Yeah, but the pollen hasn't. And you got to fight to get the good non-pollen parking spots. And I've had one of late, but I've still found a little bit of pollen on my car here on May 4th.
Greg goes, teaspoon of local honey, haven't taken allergy medicine in 3 years. God bless you, Greg. To hell with New York.
I didn't go to medical school like I'm sure the NYU professor did, but I'm going to say they're wrong about that.
Daniel, NYU wrong. Honey is like a natural preventative. You got to take it consistently, though.
I'm a big fan of honey. I don't eat enough of it.
Well,
I've got some in the fridge right now.
Worst case scenario, you're eating good honey.
Yeah, and I love putting honey on biscuits.
Honey on biscuits. When I was a kid, the Popeyes, the honey and biscuit.
Again, not an endorsement. Popeyes doesn't pay us anything.
It was a good honey and biscuit, though. I'll tell you that.
When I was out in Arizona, Arizona tourism doesn't pay us anything either, so not an endorsement either.
We're going to do that all day.
It's going to be a long show.
Alabama football doesn't pay us.
Technically. Do they or do they not? Ask the Auburn fans. Out in Arizona, honey was every table came with, and every dish came with some fresh honey, local honey. So they must have a lot of bees out there, a lot of hives.
Oh, really?
They must.
It's hard to believe. They don't have any trees or they don't have any plants.
They got a lot of plants.
Utah's the beehive state.
Well, they got cactus.
Yeah. Mike's Hot Honey is not an endorsement.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
I'm
I've
a
got
hot
some
honey
of that
guy.
hot honey. You know what I'll do? Sometimes I'll squirt out some of that hot honey on a plate, and I'll take a Hawaiian roll, and I'll just drag it through that hot honey, and you get the sweet of the Hawaiian roll and the hot honey. That's a good little.
The hot
that's a
honey's so
snack.
good he could eat it on a flip-flop.
Have you ever had it?
I guess I have. I don't know. I
It's
mean,
on the Hot Mama.
Yeah,
it's Slice.
There you go.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Speaking of our friends at Slice, let's jump right into one of the paid endorsements today. Our friends at Slice for lunch, and then we'll jump into the headlines, including some movement in college basketball. One that I hate seeing leave Tuscaloosa. But tell us about Slice first.
I would love if we have a internal pizza party tomorrow from our friends at Slice.
Let's do it.
Again, 4 locations. My late, really good friend Jeff Pajai is the guy that created this concept. I'll never forget when he was telling me about it. He said it's going to be in Lakeview. I thought it was literally going to be like a food truck, and they'd be open late, and drunks would be walking from the bar to get pizza. And then when I walked into Slice for the first time, I was completely blown away with the concept. It went from Lakeview. They've now got Vestavia. Then it went to Montevallo. Now it's in Crestline Park. It is local pizza. It's local ingredients. His brothers still run it. Jason and Chris, just so unique. Get in, try that soul pie, try the hot mama that we just talked about. But go online. Check out the entire menu for lunch or dinner. 4 locations. SliceBirmingham.com.
All right, we keep rolling forward, and so too does Jaden Bradley. He finds his new home yesterday, and it's with the Arizona Wildcats. And according to Jeff Goodman and others who cover college basketball, that gives Arizona a dynamic backcourt with 3 guards that are elite, according to him. Bradley was an all-freshman guy. He was a 7-3 guy, but he started 22 games for Alabama this year and was trending earlier in the year to being a big part of Alabama's success, and he tailed off at the end of the year, and most people pointed to the incident with the murder over in Tuscaloosa and his loose involvement with that. Bradley is out of Tuscaloosa. He's now to Tucson to join that Arizona Wildcats program. I think this is we knew he was in the portal. We knew he likely wasn't coming back to Alabama, but to me, this is a big loss. I liked his game.
I liked his game too, and you're right. It's like he hit a wall after that whole situation, and I'm just guessing, pure speculation, that he wanted a fresh start. Arizona, obviously a really, really good basketball program. And guess what? He'll get to see his former teammates December 20th when they play in Phoenix.
That's why I said it could come back to haunt you. Because you're going to play
on which side? Well, either side, I guess.
But
really.
he's going to play Alabama, and Bradley out the door. It can come back and haunt you. I mean, there's a guy that could take it to the hoop. I like the way he got downhill. He was good at getting to the lane and getting to the rack.
Yeah, but he was not good after the incident.
No.
I mean, he was the end of the year. He was a liability, and actually forced Nate Oates to make some changes going into the postseason, which initially worked. I don't think you could say it's why they lost to San Diego State by any stretch, but Jaden Bradley playing well could have made the difference. I don't know. Now, Brody says it's an upgrade for Alabama because Estrada's better than Bradley. Like, if you just look at it that way, if I trade Estrada for Bradley, Alabama got the better end of the deal.
But can't I have both?
Yeah, but Estrada
could have in theory. Yeah,
last year is such a deep team. I think I'm going to be spoiled by the fact that you may not be able to go 9, 10, 11 deep on this upcoming roster.
Yeah,
maybe you will. We'll see when we get there.
I don't think we'd seen Jaden Bradley's best. I mean, what is the kid, 19 years old?
Yeah.
And we just hadn't seen the finished product. So I think that's definitely a guy that Nate Oates would have liked to have kept around. And, yeah, the minutes just continued to drop last year.
Auburn gets a somewhat of a fan favorite back. Leor Berman announces yesterday he is returning to Auburn for another year in the jungle there, so a good pickup there. Sanford, our buddy Bucky McMillan, loses Quez Glover, who's been a SoCon mainstay, all-conference mainstay. He's off to BYU yesterday. So Quez is going to take one whack at the Big 12 with BYU there.
It still sounds weird when you say it that way.
I know. And then there's basketball scheduling. And we mentioned how Auburn is going to play another game over in Atlanta against a quality opponent. Word leaking out, not official yet from Alabama, but from the other side of the coin, Alabama and Purdue is going to be part of a doubleheader in Toronto coming up on December 9th. Alabama-Purdue will play each other. TCU and Clemson will be the undercard in that game. Alabama and Purdue, the reason they're doing this, there's a player for TCU, and then for Alabama and Purdue, they have Bediako and Edey, who are both from the Metro Toronto area. So it's sort of the old school that Dean Smith used to do at North Carolina. We're going to sort of take you back to your roots. So that scheduling is really a fun. I mean, you're talking about 2 number 1 seeds this past year.
No, I think it's cool. And look, I've always heard Toronto's an awesome city.
It is. Very clean.
Yeah, if you're going to do international games, why not do it close to the border like that? The problem there with going old school Dean Smith, and I'll never forget, I grew up a North Carolina fan, and when Pete Chilcutt got recruited to North Carolina, they played that home and home with Alabama and Wimp Sanderson back in the day. The problem here is Bediako is exploring the NBA draft. I assume, and I think he should come back, but Zach Edey more than likely is going to be a first-round guy, so I don't think Edey's going to be back.
So you don't think Edey will be back?
I don't.
See, I took this as a sign that somebody somewhere
this might be a push.
Thinks both of these guys are going to be back where they were and not stay in the NBA.
But here's what I would say. If I'm those guys, hey, I appreciate you throwing me a bone, but guess what? I'll play in Toronto every year if I'm in the NBA.
I do. I actually may play for Toronto as my hometown team there. I feel like Bediako will come back. I don't want to landmine him, but I hope he comes back.
No, I agree. I think he should come back. I mean, you saw the jump from 2021-22 to 22-23 Bediako. And if he can continue to progress like that, he will play at the next level.
Michael says in the Coke Zero chat room, Bediako did just get invited to the G League Invitational.
Well, guess what? He can have that after next year, too. I mean, that's not his goal right there, I don't think.
If Brody's right, if Edey is late second in all mocks, he is coming back.
Yeah, I took this as a sign that both these guys were coming back, and they just haven't announced it yet, that the coaches feel like they're coming back or they wouldn't have signed on for this.
I think it is these guys' rights to obviously do what they want, turn professional when they want. But I kind of like the old school college basketball model where we had these guys at least 3 years.
Yeah. Jay Pear with his early headline, he would be an idiot to come back to Purdue. Idiot to come back to Purdue. Thank you, Jay Pear.
You know, that addition, I don't know what more Nate Oates is going to do with his non-conference schedule, but you've probably done enough. Don't forget they're also in that Emerald Coast Classic. I don't know who they'll play yet, but it includes Ohio State, Oregon, and Santa Clara. Santa Clara is kind of the afterthought there, but Ohio State or Oregon, you're likely going to match Alabama up against one of those two teams. Now, they had down years. Oregon was the NIT. I don't think Ohio State even made the NIT, did they?
No, chances are it would be Alabama versus Ohio State, Santa Clara versus...
Could be. I don't know. But anyway...
Oregon.
If you've got, let's say, Ohio State or Oregon, it's going to be one of those two. Creighton, Arizona, and Purdue in your non-conference. I don't know how much more you do from that point.
Yeah, I mean, and you think about it next year, you're going to have Texas and Oklahoma both coming in
the league.
Yeah, we'll talk about scheduling later on because it's May, and at the end of this month, we're at SEC meetings in Destin. We will not be there, but the SEC folks, including Greg Sankey, will be down there. We're scheduling for football and basketball in the next sports cycle, not this upcoming season for both, but the year after that, when we expand the conference, is going to be likely decided and announced in a month from now. Andy Staples with a nice story at The Athletic about scheduling in the SEC and where it stands right now. To the other big story in our area, and one that continues to have people going, I don't really know what's going on with this Alabama baseball. And to be honest, we don't really still know what's going on with Alabama baseball, but Greg Sankey said something. Another state gaming commission said something yesterday. We'll get to that right after I tell you about the great folks at Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com. Right now, I want to tell you about this. I mean, this could come in handy at any time. It's called a lifestyle loan with our friends at Legacy. It can be used for an unexpected medical expense if, sadly enough, you've had that happen in your life. And, you know, I think I read somewhere that 80% of bankruptcies in America are caused by medical expenses that insurances don't cover. So if you have that unexpected medical expense, Lifestyle Loan can take care of that. If you want to like update your backyard, maybe you want a pool, a dream vacation, anything like that, your Lifestyle Loan is waiting for you if you're a member at Legacy Credit Union, or you can become a member at Legacy Credit Union to get that Lifestyle Loan. No collateral is required. Affordable low rates. Get more details by going to LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. They got that everyday checking with no monthly fees. And, of course, they're the official credit union of UAB. Dedicated service for over 60 years. It's LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA. Forster has the Greg Sankey comment. Remember, Alabama was taken off the betting boards in Ohio because of suspicious wagering activity. Greg Sankey issued this statement yesterday. We are aware of reports related to the suspension of wagering on Alabama baseball. We will continue to monitor available information and any regulatory activity. As many states have acted to legalize sports gambling, we are reminded of the threats gambling may pose to competitive integrity. Together with our member universities, we will continue to emphasize the importance of regulating, overseeing, and providing education related to sports gambling activity. That from Greg Sankey. The NCAA is looking into it. They're monitoring it. Yesterday, New Jersey joins Ohio to take betting on Alabama off the apps and sports books in New Jersey. Ohio's new to the game. New Jersey has been sports gambling for a long time.
One of the founding fathers.
Outside of Nevada, it's the second longest one.
Yeah, Atlantic City goes back a long way. You know, the gambling's been part of that state for a while. If I read correctly, though, they even said, "Look, this is out of an overabundance of caution, and only because Ohio did it that we're doing it."
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I think this is much ado about nothing. Because, again, I think it is just getting flagged on amounts that were bet. I think if there was something internally, I think we would have heard at least whispers about that by now.
I will tell you, Alabama back in action tonight. They're playing Vanderbilt. So little Vandy, Alabama, as they go in Tuscaloosa tonight. Vandy's number 5 in the country. 7 p.m. An Alabama upset tonight, and they may burn down Vegas. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But Alabama at home tonight against Vandy in Tuscaloosa.
What if they got a 3-run lead and the closer blows it? Everybody's going to be like, ooh.
You walked 7 batters in a row.
7 straight walks?
Suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, though, that everybody is commenting. Like Greg Sankey is commenting. Alabama, Greg Byrne has commented. And it's like they're commenting, but nobody really knows what to say. I mean,
I get asked about it at least once a day, and I tell them it's very confusing, and I think it's been blown out of proportion.
Yeah, I will
That's
say
just
this.
my hunch.
If you missed Todd Furman yesterday, I thought Todd was really, really good on the topic, explaining, kind of the behind the scenes, why some of this stuff happens. But, it's not as if anybody has even said Alabama is under investigation for fixing games or for throwing outcomes or even having a player that is involved with any sort of gambling interest and is sharing information he shouldn't be sharing. I mean, none of that has even been suggested by anyone in any outside the chat room or message boards or whatever.
No, that's the way it read, though. David Purdum's, his original article that broke, it read that it was all centered around Alabama baseball and had nothing to do with LSU.
That's right. And Furman even yesterday was like, I'm surprised they so quickly absolved LSU of this.
Which was my point.
Yeah.
Well, they were the number 1 team that got played really close.
Yeah, but not even that. I mean, to Furman's point, if your fear was that somebody found out Bama's starter wasn't going and leaked it to somebody they shouldn't have leaked it to, somebody with gambling interest, the game was being played against LSU, at LSU, right?
That's right. Number 1 team in the country. Unbelievable offense.
Yeah, you don't know who has seen that piece of information and has shared it. It did involve Alabama. But it could have just as easily been someone within the LSU program or, and as I've mentioned this before, the fact that the bet was made, now the Reds were out of town, but the bet was made at the Reds' home park, Great American Park, could have been a Major League Baseball scout who called a buddy of his and was like, hey.
Yeah, I'm sitting here at the box.
Sorry, guess what I just found out?
They're not going to start the pitcher.
Yeah, Bama's about to play LSU. Their starter just got scratched, I'm told. What could we get LSU? Is LSU, can we bet this game?
He may not be. See, that's what gets me. I mean, it could be a family member or anybody. You don't know anybody on the other side is going to make the bet. You're just having a conversation. Hey, Ryan, you're down in Baton Rouge, huh? Who are you scouting? Well, I was going to look at this pitcher, blah, 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 for, this LSU guy, 8 LSU guys. And one Alabama pitcher that I came to see, isn't even pitching
They
tonight.
scratched him.
Yeah.
They're about to play number 1 team in the nation without their starter.
And that guy's like,
starter.
oh, crap.
Yeah, so he runs over.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, it could be any. That's why Furman was like, I'm surprised they so quickly absolved LSU of anything.
Do you have the date of that Alabama LSU game?
It was Friday.
This past weekend.
Yeah.
So what was Friday? I'm just backtracking. April the...
I don't know.
Today's May the 4th.
29th.
27th. 28th. Why?
Okay. I'm just trying to find, when and where that game was played.
It was at LSU.
No, I'm talking about Cincinnati's game.
Oh, they were at Oakland. That's what I said. They were out of town. Yeah, they were out of town.
So they didn't have good Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
in Oakland.
They were
at that dump
they
of a
were
stadium.
pushing
No, I
back
bet they
sewage
didn't.
and killing possums.
All right, so Alabama baseball back at home tonight. One interesting thing Auburn baseball is going to do right after Brownie tells us about a big event coming up at Ballantrae. We're going to tell you about this a few times throughout the show, just so you know it's on your radar there. It's coming up very quickly this weekend.
You guys aren't even big golfers, but when I say the name Tom Lehman, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely. Tom Lehman. He's anything but.
Yeah, major champion Tom Lehman. He's going to be at Ballantrae Golf Club with some golf tips for you. There's going to be free food to the first 500 people, free soft drinks, some live music. You could win $1,000 in a putting contest. They'll have a hole-in-one contest, frisbee golf, and much more. Ballantrae Golf Club. It is coming up Monday, 5 to 8 p.m. 5 to 8. It's just a block party at Ballantrae. There is absolutely no admission. This is free to the public.
Okay, wait now. It's free to the public.
Yep.
It's Monday 5 to 8.
Yep.
Tom Lehman's going to give me golf tips.
Yep.
You're going to give me free food
For the first 500 people.
for
free,
the first
free
500
soft
people.
drinks.
Free soft drinks.
Yep. Activities, live music. You could win a grand putting. You got a hole-in-one contest, frisbee golf. I mean, it's just a fun day at Ballantrae. So BallantraeGolf.com, 620-GOLF if you want to find out more information on this, but I'm giving you the information here. Monday, May 8th, 5 to 8 at Ballantrae Golf Club.
All right, that's coming up on Monday. Auburn is going to do something for the very first time ever Saturday at their baseball game. What do you think is going to happen?
I think they are.
First time ever, huh?
Allowing gambling.
Rockstar.
Gambling. I bet you $500 is a ball. First time ever for Auburn baseball?
Yep.
First time ever.
They at 7:58, 2 minutes before the first pitch, ironically against number 1 LSU.
Well, first of all, 8 o'clock's the first pitch.
Yeah, because it's TV game.
God, that's a late first pitch.
Late local.
My gosh.
Goose said selling beer. I don't know if they do that already or not, but
Yeah,
that's a
I was
great
going to bring
guess,
that up, but
Goose.
I think they do sell that.
I don't think you'd start this late in the season.
I'm going to tell you they're going to, for the first time ever, fly the Eagle pregame for an
Oh,
Auburn
for
baseball
baseball?
game.
Oh, that's interesting.
Boy, I hope Randy Johnson's not out there.
Independence will make his first ever pregame flight at Plainsman Park, 7:58 Saturday night, number 1 LSU and Auburn. Independence.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Will fly, so that's always really good. Forrester's microphone, please. Forrester, you're the Auburn fan. So obviously at Jordan-Hare since 2000, they've been doing the pregame flight. First time ever at Plainsman Park this Saturday. Have we ever done it inside? Not we, you. Ever done it inside Auburn Arena?
No, I've not seen it inside Auburn Arena. I did back at the Auburn Oregon game. They flew an Eagle inside the stadium there at Arizona. It wasn't Auburn's.
Yeah, but that was the Auburn Oregon football game out
Yes.
there, right? I remember that. Yeah, it was the one they used out on the West Coast. And to be honest, was not as good as the one that flies at Jordan-Hare Stadium. He was sort of just out of
way was underwhelmed.
No, really, he was just sort of
Coasted. Yeah.
Is that even an Eagle?
he was sort of out of the cage and just right down to the field. There was no drama built
Didn't
up.
even get the
I was
war. Whoa.
You don't think it was a deep fake?
I was like, I'm not even sure it was a real eagle.
I'll tell you, I saw one over the weekend at
An eagle?
a bald eagle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Bless you, Lunsford. My gosh.
I had Lunsford on the first sneeze on the
Yeah,
show
well,
today.
there you
Yes.
go.
No, I
That's
saw it
normally
down
good
at
bet.
Lake Martin. There's a lot of bald eagles down there. It's really cool to see one in the wild.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
No, I
Thank you, George Washington.
What? I
We
mean,
should
how
make it
often,
our-
how often do you get to see bald eagles?
not
I've
very
never
often.
seen one. I've never seen one.
We have one in our neighborhood that made a big stir. It was nesting in our neighborhood for a minute, and
A
then
bald eagle.
Yeah, I think it was.
You had an anaconda too, didn't you?
Well, it's reportedly, Lance. I think that was a story that was way overblown. I don't think anybody should bring that up again. And I mean, stuff like that hurts people's property value.
Yeah.
It's funnier when I wasn't living in the neighborhood. But I remember as a kid, we used to go up to Gunnersville. They used to nest up at Lake Gunnersville. When I was a kid, you could go up there and see them.
Yeah, that's why some of the land's untouchable at Lake
Yeah,
Martin.
beautiful creatures. Beautiful creatures.
I think you teach that thing to fly inside Auburn Arena. I mean, I don't want to try to hype up your crowd, Forrester, but
I think that's too small confines.
I mean, 9,000. Teach that thing to do some tight turns inside Auburn Arena and land on
like
that.
a short track.
Yeah, you think that'd get him going?
I mean,
yeah, Scott's right. Auburn Arena is such a dead atmosphere.
I mean, it would have to be a constant turn to make it work. But I mean,
They'd be shitting on every person in there.
I mean, I'm worried. Everyone in the chat room, the Coke Zero chat room, is worried about it. I mean, all that netting you have in baseball.
Well, I think they've probably practiced this several times before announcing it, Jim. I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Well, I don't think you run it the first time after announcing, like, all right, we're going to see if it works.
Well, don't we have a problem with the Dolphins getting caught in the nets?
We do. We do.
Especially when
Just saying.
The manatees. I mean, nets are a problem, man.
Run against it is what Rockstar was going to
The next thing we know, we're going to cancel nets because an eagle gets caught in it, and we're going to go back to risking people taking foul balls to the head.
LT comes in about once every week in a cancel mode.
I know, old man Lance.
He's a cancel guy. I don't want to cancel this.
No, I don't think anything should get canceled.
Oh, it's America, man. Freedom. Yeah. When we come back, we will jump into some headlines from last night's basketball. LT on the winning side of a lock and a lot more. Connor O'Gara is the first guest for us. He's with us 1 hour from now. This is the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You jump into the Coke Zero chat room. We'll enjoy the Coke Zero products that are right over Brown's shoulder there. Pop that up. Let's see. Right over there. Which one are you going with? You want Diet Coke again? Always Diet Coke?
Oh, Lance coming to get something. I bet he's getting a Sprite. Yeah, I'm Diet Coke guy. I like those Powerade Zeros in the bottom.
I'll take a water, too.
Little Dasani water.
I'll take another water,
Right
too.
to it.
Thank you.
There you go. All right.
All right. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats and vehicles on display. Vendors and food trucks. Live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday. And Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for Mom. For more information, go online. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
continue on the next round. NBA back tonight in our Michelson look ahead. We're going to talk about last night's game because I think Rockstar, I have a gambling trend that is a can't miss.
I can't wait to hear
Alabama
this.
baseball?
I know. It's not Alabama baseball. Tonight, Lakers-Warriors game 2. My gambling trend is in play tonight. I'll go and tell you, Rockstar. My MyBookie.ag gambling trend is in play. I'm going to share it after Lance tells us about Michelson Laser Vision on our Michelson Look Ahead.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. I got the procedure done 2 decades ago, and I've still got 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. And again, you can find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
So last night you had the Boston Celtics, who you would have to say were a desperate team.
Yeah, very desperate.
Yeah. Celtics at home, favored in the series, down 1-0 on the 76ers. And it is really never a game. I mean, this was a blowout from halftime on. They roll 121-87.
Well, and the difference is Philadelphia hit 17 threes in game 1. They were 1 for 9 behind the arc in the first half. They end up hitting 6 threes. And on the other side, Boston couldn't miss. They hit 20 threes last night. But if you would have told me going into this game, after going down 0-1, without Embiid in game 1, Embiid's going to come back after winning his first MVP.
Right.
And Jason Tatum is going to go for 7 points. I would have thought it was the other way.
Oh,
that maybe
the other way, yeah.
They got walked off the court, but James Harden was awful last night. As good as he was in game 1 with the 45, he was terrible. Couldn't hit a shot last night.
So let me ask you this before I give you my gambling trend here. What would you guess the percentage of 7-game NBA series, the home team, the team that's got home court advantage to start the series is favored? What percentage of the series do you think they would be favored in? So the team that has home court advantage in a series.
You're talking about favored for the entirety
of the
entire
series. The series price, what percentage of the time do you think the home team's favored in that series to start the series?
90%.
Probably, yeah, 90, right? But it changes, right? Because now the Lakers are favored in their series.
The Lakers are minus 165, a big flip.
And Philadelphia was favored in that series before last night. I don't know what has happened after last night.
Boston's probably favored.
Yeah, but Philadelphia was favored, right? So anyway, so that's my point. So about 90% of the time, the team that's got home court through the series is going to be favored. My betting trend here, Rockstar, the problem on this is I haven't done the research.
Man,
that's not a problem.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
Read the headline. You know the story.
So, no, this is just a gut feeling of me, Lance, and I'm curious if you think I got a good trend here. I'm going to say it's a money line trend. Could be a point spread trend. But I'm going to say money line. I'm going to say one of the safest bets in all of sports is...
That's never a good phrase, by the way.
One of the safest bets in all of sports is home team favored in the series, game 2, down 1-0. Play them on the money line. You see what I'm saying? The exact situation Boston was in last night, the exact situation Golden State is in right now.
Okay, so don't play Golden State minus the 5.5 right now.
Well, you could if you want, but I think money line is an absolute lock for Golden State. I just think the vast majority of the time, I think you would agree with me on this. Well,
money line's minus 255. I would much rather lay the 6 points if I was playing Golden State than
last night you'd have been fine both ways on the Celtics, money line or point spread. But my point is, what percentage of the time do you think this happens where the home team favored in the series is down 1-9? They come out desperate and they win the game outright. I feel like that happens an awful lot in the NBA playoffs.
Well, teams that go down 0-2 in a 7-game series, I think if the home team loses the first 2 games, I think 92% of the time they lose the series.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, what happened last night for Boston feels like one of the more it's not automatic, one of the more automatic things in all of sports. When the team favored, they've got home court, they're down 1-0, they've lost game 1, it feels like that team wins game 2 95% of the time. And it's what you've got with Golden State tonight.
Well, I mean, they've got to win this game or the series is over.
I know we have a stake on it. And Golden State, they got to shoot better. I know that. They got to shoot better. That James Harden last night, I know you just talked about it, was
incredible.
As good as he was the first
incredible
first game. Last night he was equally as bad.
Yeah,
2
it's
of 14. It's horrible.
Incredible, the turnaround. I mean, it's just, I know shooting can be streaky, but it was like he could not miss. He could not miss in game 1. And to Lance's point, they missed everything.
Yeah, here it is. How many teams have won their series after having a 2-0 lead? 413. How many teams have recovered from an 0-2 deficit? 33. So it's almost 93% go on and win the series.
Yeah, I'd love to know, and I don't know where you would even do the research on what I'm talking about, but I would love to know what the all-time percentages are on team with home court advantage, loses game 1, wins game 2. I mean, I've got to feel like that's a really high percentage that team with home court knows this series is going to slip away if we do not win game 2. And it's where Golden State is tonight. And Lance, the Lakers may win tonight, and if so, this series is over. But Golden State tonight, I think, would be a really, really good play. Don't know where you're going with your lock.
I'll tell you in break.
Boy, I'd like Golden State tonight, though. I think it'd be a really, really good play.
His Lock's brought to you every day by our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team getting you back into the game if you've got some plumbing issues. I tell you what, we had an issue. I didn't know this happened. But fire alarm, we had one in our house that started beeping, so I changed the battery the other night.
Oh, so annoying.
It turns out that at some point, fire alarms age out.
Oh, so the whole fire alarm's done.
Yeah, I had to replace the whole fire alarm.
Well,
and it's like electrically hooked up. I had to call a guy to come put a new one in.
It's funny that you bring this up because walking around, I've got showings at my house every day. It's on the market right now. And looking up at my fire alarms, every one of them is open with the battery missing. Because it is, so I mean, I might burn up in the middle of the night because.
Well, just go get new batteries.
But here's what happens. You start hearing the beeping and you can't figure it out.
Yeah. Right.
And so then I start taking batteries out until I find the one.
Right.
But see, I took the battery out thinking that would stop.
Sometimes it still beeps.
And it still beeps because it's wired into the electricity. And I was like, what is happening? And it was time I had to replace the entire thing. It had malfunctioned, I guess, and it has a warning system on it.
Ripped one out of the ceiling because it would not stop beeping because of that. Here's what I think would be.
That's old Lance. You're not that Lance anymore.
It was old Lance.
Old
I remember that Lance.
Yeah.
So do you guys miss him?
Not really, but those that old Lance was funny at times.
Yeah, I mean, there was comical
Like, I would
meltdowns.
have laughed watching that, but then
Yeah.
I would have left it like that was such an absurd
I know. But do you guys give me if these different alarm companies, which I'm in a transition between mine right now.
Right. I've been very happy with my recent one, by the way.
But if they would tell you, hey, look, if you have these beepings, we'll come out and find your battery. You guys don't mess with it.
I mean,
it's easy for me to tell which one's doing it.
It's not for me.
Really? You just got to stand next to it until it beeps again. That's the way I've normally rolled.
Here's my problem. So a great selling point, somebody says over there.
Lance house on the market.
So my house was a house built for a family.
Right.
But now I'm in my house by myself.
Uh-huh.
But it's got 3 levels. And so there are fire alarms on every level.
Yeah, I've got
So
the same
I'll
thing.
hear one and I'll be like, I think that's downstairs. And then I'll go downstairs, but it's not downstairs.
You know what gets me is the one in my garage. There's a carbon monoxide and a fire alarm in my garage. And when it starts beeping, you can hear it through the floor. I mean, it's on the ceiling of the garage, right? So the floor is right there. So you start thinking it's on the main level. Like, where the crap is this? And it's actually the one in the garage. I'm just hearing it through the floor.
Jay Price says first world problems.
Well, they are first world problems. I don't deny that.
Well, until you have it happen and you can't go to sleep. And it beeps all night.
Well, I think what he means by that is there's somebody in a tent in Uganda that's not really worried about this. That's what makes it a first world problem.
Truthfully, the first time it started beeping was the night before we were flying out the next morning for vacation. So I left it beeping
That's a big problem.
with my son who was staying at his house because it was in my daughter's bedroom. And he's always got headphones on playing games and stuff. I was like, hey, do you hear that fire alarm going off? Nope. I said, cool. So I changed the battery to see to see if that helps, right? Boom.
Yeah.
And we got 62 other ones there. It's a small place, and there is a fire alarm in every room, it seems like. So we come back, and now it's louder. Beep, and going more frequently. And now I can hear it when I'm watching the games.
Oh,
so I had to start
point.
addressing it.
Do you think the alarm companies made a deal with 9-volt batteries?
I would think so.
Just where they could put as many alarms around as they
I would
could to sell
think they
batteries?
worked in concert. Like, let's make it last about a year and a half. And make sure it goes out in the middle of the night.
That's when things start going wrong in your home. But our friends at Hemp Hill, who brings you the lock, that's plumbing, it's heating, it's cooling. They'll handle all that for you. Equally as frustrating when that stuff goes bad.
Yeah, hey, look, and the spring weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Steven over in the Coke Zero chat room's got a little old LT in him. There was a beeping one in the hotel hallway. What did he do, Brown?
He says he ripped it out of the wall. They saw him on camera, so they find him.
Well, I mean, that's like a crime.
I remember the first that we would have hotel parties in high school. Like, you know, if somebody's parents are out of town, then we would go there, and that's where we would have it. If not, we would pull in money. We had fake IDs, and we would get a hotel for the night. And I'll never forget one of the Flints, Boyd Flint, who was 5 years older, 6 years older than all of us, would be the guy that would show up with the beer, and the first thing he would do is disable the smoke alarm.
That's right, because if you were smoking, you couldn't have the smoke alarm.
Everybody was back then.
Well, I tell you what, must-have hotel travel right now for me is a sound machine. Now, I do it on my iPad. I just downloaded an app on my iPad, and I'll crank it all the way up, and it's just white noise, brown noise, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever brown noise.
The brown noise is my favorite one, by the way. But you could... What?
In theory.
Yeah. Sadly, it's my favorite, too.
Thanks, Jake.
Helps me sleep.
But, I mean, it's the babbling brook. You can have the ocean. You can have, oscillating fan or whatever. But that is a must for me on the road in the hotel now.
Yeah,
I mean, it drowns out the majority of the noises.
I do sleep better with that.
Me too. Because I use it at home. So then when you go on the road, well, actually, I use a fan at home. But when you go on the road, you're like, now all of a sudden it is just stone silent. And I can't go to sleep in the silence. So I got that sound machine, and it blocks out the vast majority of the sounds you get in a hotel.
I don't need a sound machine. It's never quiet inside my head. There's always voices going on.
Landmine believer, it was Boyd Flint, the one that threw the knife, too.
Yeah.
Well, those Flint brothers or something.
Man,
and Boyd's on top of the totem pole.
I didn't know if Boyd, well, I guess I knew he was still alive because I still keep in touch with Sly Dog, Michael, who's number 4 in the pecking order. But
He's a capo regime.
I randomly ran into Boyd at the Stone Temple Pilots, Colt, and Bush concert.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a lightning storm, and he bought me a beer. He said he's a big listener.
I love it. I love the Flint brothers.
Absolutely. Before Brown tells us about Johnston RV, a chance to get out and about, I don't know if anybody knows what's going on with Jamie Foxx.
Nobody does, I don't think.
But he's in the hospital. He's been there for a little over 3 weeks now. He's asking for prayers on his, well, he's not asking for prayers. He's saying he's feeling blessed, appreciate all the love on his Instagram page last night. He's one of my favorite entertainers. I mean, he did a little music for a while that I enjoyed. His acting is good. His comedy is good. I've always liked Jamie Foxx a lot. And, I wish him comfort, and I don't know what's going on in his life, if it's life-threatening or what, but his family makes it sound like it's pretty dire.
Yeah.
He's 55.
He's a very talented guy. There's no doubt about it. I'm trying to think my favorite Jamie Foxx role. Ray was great. He was fantastic.
He was.
But in Collateral, he was really good because he kind of played...
Straight guy.
Well, a straight kind of goofy guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just it was so against type for him and for Tom Cruise, and it all came together. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it.
I have not, but I did grow up in the era where In Living Color was trying to battle Saturday Night Live, and they were contemporary shows at the time, and In Living Color was so good, and he was so funny on that show.
See, I never watched In Living Color.
Did you not?
Jim Carrey was great, and then Damon Wayans, and I think Jamie Foxx was later on, but Damon Wayans was that show. Tommy Davidson, it was a great show.
Tommy Davidson was funny too.
Yeah. Let me back it up. Let me put it in reverse.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
Django.
Django Unchained, and I watched it with the boys the other night, and that performance is so good.
Will you do your pen again? People were talking early on crackling noise. Is there a chance it was that they were hearing in the audio? No? Okay. I was just wondering.
Love it.
I do too.
Well, somebody had said, I'm watching on YouTube, anybody else hear a crackling noise? I didn't know if that was it. I was trying to identify the problem.
Brown noise.
Lance's house burning down.
I didn't think Horrible Bosses was good, but
Fire Marshal Bill I did not like on In Living
Mother
Color.
Effer Jones was pretty funny.
Yeah, Fire Marshal Bill wasn't my favorite, but I did like the show.
Yeah, I enjoyed the show too. And is that where J-Lo was dancing? Was she?
She was a fly girl.
Yeah.
But J-Lo didn't look nearly as good as she looks now. If you look at J-Lo, like the Money Train days, can you pull that trailer, Rocky? I mean, J-Lo
We can't pull the trailer.
We can't show
not
the
the
trailer.
trailer. I mean,
just
the
photos.
poster, yeah. The still shot.
Let's take a quick break. Pull that up on the other side. We'll look at J-Lo back then and talk a little bit more about that and some other stuff that is going on. Quick break here, including Kevin Durant, who's got a couple of big honors that are going on. The show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Memorial Day is on the way, and what that means is the start of summer after that for so many people. So get lost in the great outdoors with a newer used RV from Johnston RV Center. 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from just $439 a month. That's all with 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for complete details. And there's a military discount for all active and retired military personnel. Just their way of saying thank you for your great service to our phenomenal country. A great discount for all our military members, new, active and retired. All of that right there at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hunter Dickerson has made his choice. We'll get to that, but first,
that is not her.
Yeah, but the styles were different. But
no, it's not even styles.
This is Jennifer Lopez.
It's money. I'm telling you.
That cannot be. Rockstar, did you Google worst photo available of Jennifer Lopez?
All I saw is Jennifer Lopez fly girl.
Dude, that is the way she used to look.
And that's not a bad look for what was that, 1994?
No, that's like probably 1990, 91.
I'm not even
that's
talking,
what-
but I'm
early
just talking
90s.
about the shape of her face. She's still got baby fat.
All right, can we get one more Fly Girl photo just to compare?
Yeah, I mean, this is the way she looked. I'm telling you, Money Train, that was dead on.
Wow. I
Yep.
mean, she looks nothing like herself.
Nothing.
There's
She
no
does
way.
in the face. Her
No.
hair
No.
is just different.
If you threw that photo up and said, Brown, we got a celebrity birthday today, guess who it is? I'd be, well, we'd be,
I'd be
here the
like,
rest
I
of
mean,
the-
who
it's-
the hell are you
Connie
going to
Chung.
go with? Natalie Imbruglia?
I would have said, God, Rockstar, I do not know, man.
No,
You have to
I
tell
know
me.
she played her in the movie, but I would have said the chick that got shot in the hotel room.
Selena?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little.
I mean, she was probably a college-age girl at that point. She was probably, I mean, that was her freshman 15 on Living Color.
Go on and unleash it, Rocky. Let's see the new J Lo at 50 plus.
No, she's gotten better with age. I don't
I
disagree.
mean, it's not.
And I'm
even,
not a huge J Lo fan.
but it's not even close. I agree with you. It does not look anything like
Yeah.
J Lo.
Yeah.
While he pulls that up, tell us about Odie's trivia last night. What was the big question?
The big question last night, it wasn't a great one, but it was who came first, Jim Parsons or David Beckham?
Jim Parsons, the guy who created the Muppets?
No, the project.
That's Jim Henson.
That's Jim Henson. Jim Parsons.
Jim Parsons is the guy.
Jim Parsons project.
Is that like a musical guy?
No, that's
Alan Parsons.
That's Alan Parsons.
Well, you guys are on a roll
Well,
today.
who
Jim
is Jim
Parsons, the
Parsons?
kid in The Big Bang Theory.
Oh, crap. I don't know.
One time he was the highest paid actor in television.
Oh, the guy that plays
The nerdo. I guess they're
The
all
guy that
nerds.
plays the nerd on the Big Bang.
Yeah, what's the other choice?
I've never seen it. Or David Beckham. Who
David
came first?
Beckham.
David Beckham, 1975. Jim Parsons, 1973. Jim Parsons, 50. He looks like he's
Oh, really?
30.
Leonard? No, Leonard's the roommate. It's Leonard's roommate.
Sheldon.
Sheldon, yes. Sheldon.
So is the Kaylee Kuko, is she a nerd too?
No, she's the hot girl that lives
She's the
across
hot-
the hall.
Yeah.
Okay, so she doesn't have anything to
No,
do with
she,
them?
No,
she's
she's the
crazy. She
neighbor.
steals their Wi-Fi password. She's kind of a ditz. She wants to be an actress, Lance. She works at the Cheesecake Factory.
Does anybody ever close a deal with her? Or
Leonard
attorney?
does.
Leonard ends up marrying her.
Now, who's
Oh,
Leonard?
spoiler alert.
The roommate of Sheldon.
David from Roseanne. What was his name? Johnny Galecki.
Yeah, Johnny Galecki. That guy has crushed it money-wise.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they fell in love. And I think he dates someone better looking to her in real life.
No, they
like
did
he
date,
married.
They did date in real life
Yeah.
for a while.
And Johnny
Crazy.
Galecki is like 5'4",
Yeah.
isn't he? What am I talking about?
Odie's.
You're supposed to tell us about
Lance.
Odie's at some point.
Yeah, the spring weather is here. It's a great time to sit on the patio. I don't want to hear it from Jim Henson and Alan Parsons. A great time to sit on the patio, enjoy the incredible food from Rodney Davis, the ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. We had a great crowd out last night. And remember, tomorrow night and Saturday night, live music Friday and Saturdays, each and every weekend right there at Odie's. Go see Will Haver and that incredible staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline
You
Village.
can't tell me that looks like that first picture, Dunaway.
doesn't.
It does in the face. It's
no,
different hair. It's the exact same face.
nowhere close.
The
It's not-
exact
it's not the same
same
person.
face.
That is not the
I-
exact same
Nope,
face.
nope. I
She's
am-
gotten rhinoplasty, 100%.
Yeah.
She's gotten some cheek work.
Yep. Some facelifts.
You guys are distracted because she's showing
Well,
side
I mean,
boob.
Actually, I'm a little surprised. Those look natural.
My eyes are up here, and she looks exactly the same in
No,
the face, except she's older.
I think, much like DeMar Hamlin, we've got a body double. I think something happened to Jennifer Lopez and the government stepped in. They want us to know
that's
about
not the best J-Lo photo. J-Lo, the great photo, she's close to a 9.5. The one we saw with the Money Train and the In Living Color, that's like a 6.
But you understand that was captured off of videos. Some of this is photoshopped to hell and back or made up to look good. The In Living Color photo was from actually screenshot off of video. But
You had a good one there, Rocky. Yeah, it
it.
wouldn't
Yeah.
pop up.
Body double. Body
right.
double. Government.
the Hunter Dickinson decision is down. He has picked Kansas over Kentucky. Seems like a really good move for him.
Well, it is a good move. I mean, when you look at Bill Self and the way he utilizes the 5, Hunter Dickinson is more of that traditional guy. He's got some athleticism to him, though, for a big. But he is more back to the basket. And I think he'll thrive in that system. I thought he was really good at Michigan, or very good at Michigan. But at Kansas, more of a high-profile product. And, I think it's a great fit.
To me, this tells you that the big guy's also, Sheboy's coming back to Kentucky, right? Isn't that what we heard?
I mean, yes, I think you could read into that because it sounded like Dickinson was most interested in Kentucky, but he obviously did not want to go there if Sheboy were coming back. So I think you could probably put 2 and 2 together here, Lance, and say Oscar Sheboy is going to play yet another season at Kentucky, which is pretty hard to believe. He was he was 2 years ago the National Player of the Year, right?
He was, and the thing I love about this, again, going back to the conversation we had earlier, where you would have guys that would stay 3, even 4 years in a Tim Duncan's case, is now with NIL, these guys that are tweeners, where they're not really sure where they're going to go in the draft, if they're going to go at all, they're able to come back because financially they've got a pretty good commitment.
Yeah, I think you can put 2 and 2 together and assume Sheboy's coming back, but it is weird to see the National Player of the Year that's got his size bypass the draft if he comes back twice now, bypassing the draft.
Did Grady Dick go pro?
No.
So he's coming back. So
you
you've
got-
got a Dick and a Dickin son.
You do, yes.
I think Grady Dick's coming back. I'll
Google
pull
that,
it back.
but
He was
no,
a
I haven't
freshman
I
this
haven't
year.
seen him announce he's leaving.
Now, I have seen him in mock drafts going in the first round, though, just because his ability to shoot it, put it on the floor. I mean, to me, Grady Dick should come back because he could be an All-American. He's got that kind of potential.
One more note before we get to the top of the hour, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. It is Charles Barkley's company, but this is one of the people that Charles Barkley doesn't get along with usually, Kevin Durant. This note coming up in a sec.
Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. Also available in 22 states. It's Redmont vodka.
I mean, this mock draft has Grady Dick going 9th to the Pacers. If he does, in fact, come back.
Well, he ain't coming back if he's going to be a lot.
Well, I'm just saying, though, I haven't seen him announce he's leaving. Now, I could have just completely missed it.
Jeff says Dick is gone.
Okay. I just missed it then. I said I could have just missed it.
Great title for a song, Rockstar.
B.B. King said it well. The Dick is gone.
The Dick is gone. But at least they can. If you got all those T-shirts in Kansas, I love Dick still on the shelves there. You can just add a few letters to it. I love Dick and Son.
Yeah, I think you can still sell those.
Still sell those.
I've been to Lawrence before.
Just get the Sharpie out real quick.
Let's make it
What's
really.
your favorite George Michael song, Elton John?
Yeah, I'm saying let's make it really clear what you're writing. All right.
Yeah, very much so. Kevin Durant is now a special character that you can play with on Call of Duty Season 3 Reloaded.
What?
Lunsford is in a different room right now, so we would need his input. Anybody else? Tyler, do you play Call of Duty? You do a little bit.
Tyler
Okay,
does. Of
Tyler
course
plays.
Tyler does.
What do you think?
He plays a little bit of everything.
Why you ask questions you know the answer to?
I'm being told that you can play with Easy Money Sniper, Kevin Durant, Call of Duty Season 3 Reloaded for a limited time. You can download him in a bundle.
Yeah, so there's a Warzone game mode, so it's basically like Fortnite where you've got 100 to 150 people all in a lobby, and the last one alive wins, and you can buy different characters to use as your online avatar. So there was a Snoop Dogg one a while ago. They had like a horror movie pack where you could buy Jigsaw and Freddy Krueger and all that, and now they've got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
All right. So this is this to me, and I never liked this, is like to use a term from when I was a kid, like when Scooby-Doo would have the guest on there, like the Harlem Globetrotters or Phyllis Diller or something like that. I always hated those episodes.
It was always out of place.
Yeah, this feels out of place.
But I will tell you, I saw the mock-up of Kevin Durant's character in Call of Duty, and he looks baller, man. It's a stud-looking soldier, I guess. They're soldiers in Call of Duty. I mean, he is.
So he doesn't look like Kevin Durant.
Well, I mean, it's got Kevin Durant's face, but I think he's a little more bulked off. I think he could do plenty of bench presses. But you know, his nickname is Easy Money Sniper, and I mean, look at that.
Oh man,
that's a badass Kevin
It
Durant
is.
right there.
Yeah, but I tell you what, if I'm
again unrealistic.
if I'm a
Of course, he's not doing anything. He's just watching the action.
That's true.
I'll hurt.
He'll be checking his Twitter in a second.
If I'm a sniper on the other side, though, I'm aiming
Kyrie
at
Irving's in that truck in the back seat. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If I'm a sniper on the other side, I'm aiming at Kevin Durant.
Are you?
Well, big target, man.
Yeah,
Freaking 7 foot.
Yeah, 7-footer.
I don't think I can miss.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been good in a foxhole, would he? No.
It's like a giraffe. A giraffe driving a
Dig it
Miata.
deeper. Got to dig it deeper for KD in there. And apparently the new Call of Duty, which is coming out May 18th, Season 4. Correct me if any of this old man speech I'm spewing is wrong, Tyler, but He will also be available in that to start off with a bundle package.
Evan wants to know if he just bounces around and snipes for any team that'll pay him.
He is. He is I think they call it a mercenary.
Yeah, Kevin's in Russia now, huh? Okay.
All right, top of the hour. Connor O'Gara talks college football with us, part of the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Lake Fest, getting ready for that big weekend, a week from this weekend, LT, next weekend.
Yes, it is next weekend. It's Mother's Day weekend. If you're looking for something fun to do, something local to do, you're going to absolutely love Lake Fest, the way it's grown. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. It's a free admission to the public. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend, including that free Velcro Pygmies concert on Saturday, free mimosas for Mom on Sunday. For more information, LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you, hour number 2, Connor O'Gara. Just a second. I'm sitting here and I'm responding to Bobby over in the chat room and on Twitter. And Brown goes, dang, is the music the Open's playing. I'm like, what? And he goes from the Coca-Cola Zero chat room.
Star swallowing a planet. And I Googled the story. For the first time, scientists have caught a star in the act of swallowing a planet in one big gulp. Experts say Earth will likely suffer the same apocalyptic fate in about 5 billion years. I don't think we're going to be here.
Yeah, because I'm still
Then
going to go.
we'll still be doing the show.
I'm going pandemic, major virus is going to wipe us.
Yeah.
Number 2 would be AI right now.
All that ahead of a nuclear war.
Yeah.
Number 3, I'm still going meteor.
Yep.
Yeah. Nuclear war would be down here with the star.
The,
What happens? I mean, do you just go black?
It just goes in. Well, the gravitational pull, the star just pulls the planet in, and it's game over.
Yeah, but I just wonder what happens. You just disintegrate?
Oh, no, you're done by the time, before you ever even get there.
Yeah, because the star is going to burn us out.
Yeah, before we even get there.
There'll be no life left as it swallows
But do you
us
just
up.
completely melt?
No, I think it's. I think
heat,
it's.
or is it
It's
slower?
more, it's more rotisserie, I think.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Like we're on a spit.
Jim's back today. You got a little sun when you were in Arizona.
No, I don't know what's happening. I know I said that we're going to have a hotter than normal summer, but I didn't expect this.
I would imagine, though, the star swallowing Jupiter is much like when that anaconda in your neighborhood is swallowing like a small rabbit. It
Does not exist, Jim.
It doesn't go quick. It's like it's a slow,
slow burn.
Get that last little leg kick before it goes down.
The crazy thing is the star swallowed a planet the size of Jupiter, which was the largest planet in our solar system.
Yeah, but this, if you're just tuning in, Brown is not reporting this is not happening in our solar system.
No, it's 5 billion years from now for
it's
us.
far, far away in a galaxy far away on this March. Are you sure you're not being May the 4th? May the 4th, you and Michael being May the 4th
I mean, this
here?
is from CBS News. I wouldn't think so. And I'll watch the video here and tell you. You go ahead and do headlines. I'll watch the video.
This hour being brought to you in part by our friends at Ballantrae.
Okay, I can't watch the video now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brizzy. Our friends at Ballantrae, which you and I are good friends. We play golf there all
Love
the
'em.
time, and it's just a wonderful event they have coming up on Monday.
Well, it's their block party on Monday, free to the public. PGA legend Tom Lehman is going to be there. He's in town, obviously, for the Regents tradition. He'll be out at Ballantrae Monday, 5 to 8, with golf tips from Tom Lehman. I mean, this guy's a major championship winner. Free food for the first 500 people there. Free soft drinks, activities, live music, $1,000 putting contest, hole-in-one contest, frisbee golf, and more. It's at Ballantrae Golf Club Monday, 5 to 8, ballantraegolf.com, 620-GOLF, if you want to see more information.
Look forward to that. Hunter Dickinson's at Kansas now. Jaden Bradley, one-time Alabama player, is at Arizona. Quez Glover, the Sanford player, is at BYU. Leor Berman is returning to Auburn. Reports have Alabama and Purdue playing each other in Toronto in December 9th of the upcoming basketball season. Greg Sankey says he's aware of certain sports books around the country not taking bets on Alabama baseball because of suspicious wagering activity. The SEC, the NCAA are continuing to monitor that situation. Alabama back in action tonight at home against number 5 Vandy. That's happening tonight. We'll check the lines a little bit later on with our friends at MyBookie to see how that's playing out. And the Celtics last night win by 34, 121-87. They only got 19 minutes from Jason Tatum and 7 points and still won by 34. Joel Embiid did return, played 27 minutes, scored 15 points in that one. Tonight, it's Game 2, Lakers and Warriors. Lakers are up 1-0. So those are your headlines. A great baseball question from Bobby on Twitter. Wander Franco, who is the all-star shortstop for the best team in baseball right now, the Tampa Bay Rays, last night when they were beating the Pirates again, fielded a ground ball. We can't show you the video, but this is the still shot. He tosses the ball up in the air after he catches the ground ball. Little mustard, as I put on my social media on Instagram. Flips it, catches it with his bare hand, crow hops, and throws the guy out at first base. Bobby says, Jim, would you be okay, have any problem after this last night if Franco catches a fastball in the ribs in the first at-bat today? Because it's Pirates and Rays getaway game today coming up at 12:10.
So stupid.
I loved it last night when he did this. It's fantastic when your team's winning and he doesn't throw the ball away, beats the guy by a full step. I would have cussed him if he had dropped it or thrown it over his head. My buddy Ronnie Rasp used to do this all the time, by the way. Put a little mustard on it. He'd flip it from his glove, and occasionally in practice, Billy Woodham would wear his ass out because he'd flip it and
He'd drop it,
or he'd throw it over his head. Or you're going to showboat. You can't throw it to first base from shortstop. From third base, Richard Brasher from third base over there. Me in the outfield, put a little crow hop on it and then airmail it or something. If you're gonna put a little mustard on it, you got to make it happen. But I got no problem if they throw one behind his head today or what. I mean, if you're showing me up, I expect some retaliation.
Yeah.
Showing me up.
He is. I mean, that is.
Well, he's showing you. You grounded to him. Don't hit it to him if you don't want to be shown up.
You know, the old flip into the air and then catch it and still throw you out by a step.
Showing you up.
I mean, it's my guy, and I still think it's showing up the Pirates.
It's ridiculous.
It's something that I've really never seen in Major League Baseball.
I haven't
like
either,
that.
but I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it.
Guys just out there having fun, man.
You know, I remember I
tried.
tried to throw out multiple guys from right field at first base. You know, they'd have that little blooper.
God, I hated players like you. Why would you do that?
They were loafing, but it's funny that
you're such a tryhard if you're doing that.
It made me think. I had a dream the other night where somebody tried to throw me out from left field because I was loafing so bad down the first base line.
Who was running, Dunaway? Do you know who was running? Is he slow? Is he a catcher? Is he a first baseman? Or
I don't know who was running. He made it to where he had to dig it out, and it was one step, beat him by a full step.
Do you think? Now, I haven't seen the whole video. All I've seen is Wander Franco flipping it to himself, and I've seen Scott showing us the still shots, which is all we could show. Do you think the batter dug it out from home plate to first?
I do not know.
All right, well, there's your problem right there. Wander Franco's not your problem.
Yeah.
Here's the throw.
No, I've seen it. I've seen the throw.
But Wander Franco can tell by the motion if the guy if he's running a hard 90 or not.
I'd like to see the whole thing to see if the batter's running a hard 90, because if he's not, you know what he needs to do? He needs to go to the locker room and he needs to look in the mirror and he needs to say, I'm the problem.
So
if I were busting it for the $50 million I'm being paid, the shortstop couldn't go out there and showboat. It's on me. And I go back to my team and say, if you're going to throw at anybody, throw at me. Because I didn't hustle. I didn't run down the line. And I let their shortstop show our team up. Guys, this is on me. I'll go 4 for 4 today to show them. That's what he ought to do. It's on the batter.
Even me last night. It's my team. What icon did I put right here?
Well, you put a little mustard bottle.
I got the mustard bottle squirting out on my page.
Is that one of the emojis that available?
Yeah.
My believer
Enraged
says,
yellow.
Man, my believer says Brown's acting like the batter took his seat in the press box. I'm just saying.
Didn't happen.
If the batter runs down the line, this doesn't happen. There's not a Major League Baseball player out there, is there, Lance? I mean, in your opinion, you watch a lot of Major League Baseball. Is there a guy that is so slow that if he's busting it from the batter's box to first, Wander Franco's got time to do that?
Bartolo Colon back in the day when he was hitting.
Bartolo Colon's a pitcher, yes. But when he was hitting, yes.
Yeah.
But we do live in an era of Major League Baseball where bat flips are okay, and I'm okay with that.
I am too.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with what we're doing now. You come in the dugout, you put on, who is it? The Angels are putting on a.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I can pick
whatever it is.
I can draw my line. If you're up 7 or 8 runs stealing a base, I know you don't believe in that, but I think that's a little.
So I got to quit playing the game when you suck.
But let me ask you this: if I've got,
of course, the Dodgers scored 6 in the.
If I get an extra $1 million. If I hit 30 stolen bases, can I go ahead and steal that base? Because I got to stack up 30 of them. I mean, I got to cash a check.
No.
Well, and again, the Dodgers scored 6 runs in the final 3 innings last night.
It's on your catcher to throw me out.
Yeah, I'm not worried about your unwritten rules when I'm trying to get to my 30 so I can get an extra $1 out of this.
There is nothing that I hate in sports more than baseball's unwritten rules, and this is right there with them. Wander Franco, I mean, play it like they played it in the 60s, man. Filled it. Pop up, turn, throw. We can't have you flipping the ball. Hey, man, run it out. Run it out, and I bet you beat him out.
As I said, I liked it.
I did too.
Night, but it was my guy, and we're winning all the games right now.
You guys
so
are.
good.
And you know what's interesting? Because when we watched this franchise that had no payroll for years and years and years and have this success, it was all small ball and it was great pitching. You guys and the Dodgers lead the majors in home runs right now. And the Braves are number 3 right now after hitting 6 yesterday. But it's just amazing how the Rays are doing this right now with that roster.
Braves with 6 home runs last night. Non-fan favorite Ozuna had 2 of those. Acuna hit 1 as well. 5 games ahead of the New York Mets is where the Braves are right now. The Rays with the best record in baseball is only 4.5 ahead of the Orioles.
I was about to say that. The Braves actually have a bigger lead than the Rays, which is crazy because the Orioles have been really, really good and still.
Well, I don't think anybody's surprised the Braves are sitting at 21-10. I think more surprising is where the Mets are right now. And Scherzer comes back. Didn't look good yesterday after the 10-game suspension.
Looked like his spin rate was down a little bit to me.
And they got
Where'd you read
swept.
that?
I didn't read it, but remember he got ejected.
Oh, yeah.
And got suspended for his spin rate being up.
They got swept a doubleheader against Detroit. That ain't good.
That ain't good. That ain't good. So the Braves win their afternoon game. 10 afternoon baseball games before sunset today going on. Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay getaway game 12:10. Atlanta, Miami getaway game at 3:10 a little bit later on. But the best story in baseball.
Is it the Pirates guy? I wanted to ask Buster about this. Have you seen that story?
Buster only later on.
Yeah.
It's not the Pirates
Okay.
guy. It's San Francisco.
I saw it on TikTok, this Pirates guy.
It's San Francisco who's coming out of that series down in Mexico City where they played San Diego. Now, they have just beaten the Astros in 2 straight games. Now, 2 is going to be your magic number here, Rockstar, because Logan Webb let everyone know after the game last night he's impressed how his guys have fought through and got 2 wins. Because what do you think they're experiencing in the Giants locker room now coming out of Mexico City?
Montezuma?
Yeah, the old revenge, huh?
Yeah. He said, he actually said the words last night, we've all got the S's.
Oh, no.
But, it could be the runs if you want to go that department, whatever
I
it
would
is.
rather much more have the shits than throw up. You guys?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah,
That's not even
absolutely.
close.
Yeah, I don't need a poll question.
Poll question, Taylor?
Nope, don't even
no
need a
poll
poll question. 100% for me.
I would rather do that.
I
By the
can
way,
fight through one.
By the way, 3/4 of the team, he says, is experiencing that.
Don't wear the white pants.
Hey, and the pitch clock, whew, you don't have a lot of time to do anything anymore. But that's interesting. And they've won 2 games there. Developing news.
We
Brown?
do have developing news, and this is an interesting development in this story. And it is being confirmed by the University of Alabama now that they have relieved Brad Bohannon from his duties.
So Brad Bohannon has been fired.
Alabama Director of Athletics Greg Byrne announced he's initiated the termination process for head baseball coach Brad Bohannon.
Wow.
For, among other things, violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected of university employees. Bohannon has been relieved of all duties, and Jason Jackson will serve as the interim head coach. There will be no further comment at this time, pending an ongoing review.
Wow, that's major news there. So you if you're just adding up 1 + 1, at the timing of this, it has to come with what has happened from Ohio and New Jersey.
Yeah, when you say, though, in the release from Alabama, this is not speculation. This is Alabama making the announcement. When you say in the release that you're firing someone for, among other things, violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected of university employees, on the heels of all this reporting, I don't know how you don't say 2 + 2.
Well, look, again, pure speculation, but can you imagine if Bohannon was betting against his team? I always said this with Pete Rose. I know there was no betting in baseball, but at least he was betting on his team.
Right.
So there was no way that he was able to make his team win these games. You can affect outcomes if you're a manager betting against your team.
There's no doubt. But as we have pointed out all along in this story, Lance, and you know this, Furman backed this up yesterday. Anybody I've talked to about this says the juice would just not be worth the squeeze in college baseball. You just cannot bet enough money on it for it to make it worth it.
What is Bohannon making a year? $250?
I think it's actually more than that. I think he was up around $400.
Greg Byrne announcing he's initiated the termination process for Brad Bohannon. And to be honest with you, there's probably some Alabama fans who don't even know the coach's name, but that's the head baseball coach at Alabama. And he's being fired for, among other things, violating the standards, duties, and responsibilities expected of a university employees. Now, it comes on the heels. Now, it's not said in the statement, but it comes on the heels of Ohio being first, New Jersey yesterday, suspending bets being allowed on Alabama baseball for suspicious wagering activity. And others are starting to follow suit there. Greg Sankey saying yesterday he was aware of the Bama baseball situation. The NCAA was looking into it, and there is the official release from Alabama's athletic director, Greg Byrne, who's issuing that statement at this hour here on a game day where Alabama plays number 5 Vandy later on tonight.
Yeah, number 5 Vandy, by the way, with facing him with an interim head coach now. I mean, there's part of me that wonders, and I'm just wondering out loud here, okay? Part of me that wonders, Alabama baseball under Brad Bohannon has been what to you? average, below average?
Below average.
No,
below average.
improving.
Improving.
I
They've
mean, they're
gotten a
9
little
and
better.
They're 9 and 12.
Yeah,
You know,
half the division's 9 and 12 with them.
well, I mean, them you know, when you talk about teams missing the SEC
But based on
tournament,
where Alabama baseball was to where it is
Yeah, but it
currently.
hasn't been there in a long time.
since the 90s. It
Yeah.
hasn't been there. I mean, Auburn's a better program than Alabama, just with their postseason success, and that's why you hire Brad Bohannon from Auburn to come to Alabama to try to get a little bit of that juice going with the pitching staff and the recruiting. And I think he has improved Alabama's baseball program. But you know, it's not at the top of the SEC. But you don't have to be at the top of the SEC to be good. You can be right where you are, 9 and 12 for Alabama and Auburn, and still be NCAA tournament teams and get in the tournament and get hot and make a run to Omaha like Auburn's done.
Here's what I was going to say, and I'm just wondering out loud: is do you? I mean, there's a possibility here too. Like you found something maybe Brad Bohannon shouldn't have done. But he hasn't really been that great as a manager or head coach, and I'm ready to move on anyway, and this is a great way not to pay a buyout. And I don't know how big a buyout would be. I don't know if you make a move for a buyout, but I do know they kept a women's basketball coach probably longer than he should have been kept to avoid paying that buyout on a sport that's generating you no revenue whatsoever.
This is an example with the timing, 1+1, as you said. Where there is smoke, there is fire. I don't know to what level that is.
You don't tie this story if you were making a change, Brown, for on the field performance. You don't make that decision.
No, I'm
now.
not saying he was innocent of something. You tied him in. I'm saying
clean up one PR wise, and then you make the decision in a few weeks.
I'm saying you found something that may or may not be fireable all the time, but buddy, it is now because I'm ready to move on anyway. I'm saying if this was a coach you wanted to fight for, maybe you still fight for this guy, but if I'm ready to get rid of him.
As a guy who minored in public relations, this looked a lot better 24 hours ago when people like me could sit here and say, man, there's not a lot of details here. And Alabama's looking bad with all this, you know, it's all Alabama. You know, and they were playing the number one team in the country. Why are they suspending betting? We need more details. Alabama's looking bad. Now you come out and you fire the coach, well, now there's nothing for people like me to say. I mean, you're sitting there going, this looks bad. This is bad.
Well, and if you're Bohannon, all this is linked to him now. Like he had some kind of inside information.
That's right.
And he was the guy that was pulling the triggers on this thing.
Yeah, so Greg Byrne releasing Brad Bohannon from his duties, and eventually he'll be let go. That's developing news in Tuscaloosa. Being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors, the people that have taken care of LT's yard and can do it for you. You know, LT wish he met these guys years ago.
Yeah, a decade ago, had so many different guys working on the pool and absolutely took forever. Very different when you deal with Jeremy and Harbin's Outdoors because they are a one-stop shop. They can handle absolutely everything. At Harbin's, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. Call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
All right. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We talk college football with Connor O'Gara. He is up in 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the next round.
On Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Back with you on the next round. Brownie and I grabbed a couple of body armor lights here, the Dragon Fruit Berry. Let's get to Connor O'Gara and talk a little college football. We're getting in shape, Connor. We're ready for football season. We're 121 days away, and we're staying hydrated, man. Are you fired up?
I'm ready to go. A couple of big life events occurring in the time between now and the start of college football. Actually, just one big life event, the whole like having a first child thing that can happen at any given moment right now. That's kind of at the top of my mind, I'll be honest. But yeah, I'm always counting down the days to the start of college football season.
Have you announced on the air that, I mean, is this the first time we've told everybody that you and your wife are expecting?
It's literally my pin tweet. So
breaking news.
It's my pin tweet for I think 5 or 6 months, something like that.
But
No, it's not.
This is the first time you've said it out loud, though.
But
I mean, you can tweet
on
it
this show.
on
this show is all I'm asking.
It's probably the first time I've said it on these airwaves. So I guess by that standard, yes, breaking news.
Listen, I'm just going by 24-hour news cycle sources here. When we put up breaking news banners below us, our clicks go up.
That's right.
So I'm looking for any reason to go breaking news. Developing story, maybe? Can we go developing story?
I'm good with that. You know
Okay.
what? Developing story. Wife is 36 weeks pregnant at this point and can have child at any time.
We can go new details then.
Yeah,
new details on developing
details
story
coming,
could be
yeah.
the graphic here now.
Right.
Well, as a Dunaway segue here, new details in Tuscaloosa since the last time we've talked to you. Tyler Buckner transfers out from Notre Dame into Alabama. I was surprised. There was speculation this was going to happen because of the relationship with Tommy Rees. You know, from what, and this is probably unfair, Connor, the small sample size I saw, there is a massive drop-off from Bryce Young to what you get with Buckner. Were you surprised, A, and B, do you think Buckner's ultimately the starter in Tuscaloosa?
Master transition that was by ULT. Truly tip of the cap to you. I think that right when you watched Alabama's spring game, you should have said to yourself, expectations are lowered. No matter what, expectations should be lowered. I did not think that they would go into the portal and get someone. And I was especially convinced that they weren't going to go into the portal and get Tyler Buchner when I heard someone on these airwaves say that that wasn't going to happen. I saw the 180 that happened very quickly after, but I did think, you know what, this probably isn't going to happen. When it did actually happen, I dug into Tyler Buchner, who he is as a player right now. If you think he's a game manager, you're wrong. He's not a game manager at this stage of his career. And if you've watched what he has done well and what he has not done well, you should be able to kind of break that down and understand that this guy still has a ways to go to get to game manager status. He is not at a Jake Coker level even yet. This is someone who, so far in his college career, his very young college career, has averaged an interception once every 14.8 pass attempts. This is someone who, even when he was earning bowl game MVP honors against South Carolina, he threw 3 interceptions in that football game and made just a catastrophic error with 8 minutes left in that game, 1st and goal on the 8-yard line. He threw a 100-yard pick 6. You do that in an Alabama uniform, you better have a Mac Jones-like response to that, or else you're going to be walking home without an Alabama uniform. So if you're of the belief that Tyler Buchner is coming in and he's automatically the guy just because of the Tommy Rees relationship, I would push back on that. If you think that they're totally settled at the quarterback position and you think that they have a guy no matter what, and Tyler Buchner is not going to impact this whatsoever, I would say, why did a room that is 4 scholarship quarterbacks add a 5th scholarship quarterback? There is a middle ground, and Tyler Buchner is getting involved into what's truly going to be a fall quarterback battle in Tuscaloosa.
A lot to unpack there. One, he's a cover band when it comes to transitions. He wouldn't be that good if I did not lay out the lyrics first off.
Jim crawled so Lance could run. Yes.
Secondly,
always about him, Connor.
Secondly, I love the fact that you pointed out I was on vacation, and I think I stumbled across it last night on a TikTok. Both these guys trashing Tyler Buchner, that saying there was no way he was going to start in Tuscaloosa.
I did, yeah, because I'm blown away. I'm blown away where Alabama football is after Tua, after Mac, and after Bryce are going with Tyler Buchner.
I appreciate you keeping those receipts and bringing them back up, being so close to us now that you're not afraid to upset us. Number 3, and I brought your story up yesterday. This kid hasn't played a lot of football. He hasn't been a starter a lot. Tell us more about what you wrote about yesterday.
I think if you look at Tyler Buchner going into year 3, somebody that we talked about a lot last year, you would assume this guy has had a lot of reps. He really hasn't. Even in high school, his sophomore year on the 4th, I think it was the 4th play of his season as a sophomore in high school in California, he tears his ACL. His junior year, he leads the nation with over 6,000 scrimmage yards. His senior year, it gets canceled because of COVID. Freshman year at Notre Dame, he gets to back up Jack Cohn. He gets to play in 10 games, but he really only passes, like 35 times? And then last year, he's QB1. He's going to get all these great starts. He's going to get all these reps. Played in 3 games because of that shoulder injury that he suffered against Marshall. This isn't someone who has played a ton of football. And so he's still making some of those mistakes. And you're seeing that from a decision-making standpoint, that he predetermines reads. He feels more comfortable going to his left than he does going to his right. He is still figuring out who he is as a quarterback. And that's not usually the type of guy that Alabama is starting and trying to figure out, working through these mistakes. Alabama hasn't had double-digit interceptions in a season since 2015.
Wow.
Is that going to happen this year? Is he going to be the guy that, as Saban says, stops making the plays that beat us? I'm skeptical of that.
Connor O'Gara is with us Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. At CJ O'Gara is where you find Connor on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with us. But I want to go back to that one year he played. I mean, that's an incredible high school year. He had 6,000 total yards. And listen, I jumped to the same conclusions Lance did. I'll own it. And I didn't really realize that he had only played one season until I read your article. 6,000 total yards, and I think it was 81 touchdowns. Am I right about that?
I think it was 81 touchdowns. He had 28 touchdowns with his legs. I mean, he's a good runner. He is a really good runner. And if you're trying to figure out what would the offense look with him if he ends up being the starter, first of all, they're going to run with the quarterback more than they have at any point since Jalen was a starter. That I'm convinced of, no matter who is the starting quarterback in Tuscaloosa. But you need to get some of the pre-snap motion, the window dressing, a lot of the Gus Malzahn type stuff that we talked about with some of the, getting some of the pre-snap misdirection to be able to utilize his abilities. Because if you kind of look at the spots where it's, 3rd and 6, and they're not necessarily running any sort of RPO, zone read, anything like that on the table, and he's got time to kind of sit back and make a traditional decision, he's not very good yet. Now, can he become good? Perhaps, but I think there could still be some growing pains ahead, and especially for somebody that's not going to have that rapport with the receivers. He might have that rapport with the only offensive coordinator he's ever had in college, but it's not a given that he's going to go in there and be able to get on the same page as those Alabama receivers.
Any chance Arch Manning starts one game this year? I like Quinn Ewers, and coming into this, before the spring, people were saying Arch Manning's got a legitimate shot of winning this job. Watching him in that spring game, and I know he was under duress the entire time, he looked shaky.
I think Quinn Ewers is going to be the starter unless he collapses, because what we need to remember, and again, like we're talking about it, as long as he's healthy. If he gets injured, obviously that opens things up. If he gets injured, yeah, could definitely see a world in which Arch Manning is a starter. But you don't have true freshman starting quarterbacks by design. Now, everybody points to these examples that we've seen in the past where, yes, a true freshman can come in and be the guy. Even Jalen Hurts did not start as a true freshman. Trevor Lawrence did not start, the week 1 I'm talking about, as a true freshman. Jalen Hurts ends up having to, go through the battle in that first game. Trevor Lawrence kind of shares duties with Kelly Bryant. Tua comes in late as a true freshman. Like, it's not a week 1 true freshman thing really in college football outside of like an Auburn with Bo Nix. So the people that were saying that Arch Manning was going to be the guy from the jump, I was kind of like, nah, I don't think that's the way that Sark is drawing this up. Yeah, I think that Ewers is somebody that has tremendous potential. And I was really high on him coming into last year. He was my preseason Heisman pick. First quarter of that Alabama game, you can't tell me that guy didn't look like he was going to be capable of taking that next step. Post-injury, he was kind of a different guy. But I think Ewers holds down the starting job. And I think Texas could have a really solid year, and a year in which Arch Manning is kind of on the back burner.
Connor O'Gara, who has the pinned tweet about his first child being born somewhere in May, and a radio show, TV show, Paul Feinbaum as his background, not us, and his Twitter account.
Wow.
Connor O'Gara with
now
us here.
Shame him, public shame.
On the show here. It's better looking than the double box we use with you. I understand. It's a good look there at SEC Media Days. When you talk about Bo Nix, you brought up Bo Nix. The guy's old. He's the opposite of Tyler Buckner. This guy's had a bazillion snaps in his career. What is the end game for Bo this year at Oregon? How good can that team be in what looks to be a pretty competitive little league, the Pac-12?
Pac-12 should be good this year. Pac-12 should be really, really solid. And USC is going to get all the preseason love, but I mean, 2-time defending Pac-12 champ Utah still has Cameron Rising coming back. They get Keithy back. Their stud tight end, their other stud tight end that isn't Dalton Kincaid. Pac-12 should be really, really good. And then, oh, by the way, the whole Colorado thing, are they going to be a wild card who catches somebody off guard at some point, even if they end up being like a 6-6 team? But Bo Nix, I still can't necessarily get on board with anybody saying, okay, he's going to win a Heisman Trophy. When I see him in the way too early mocks as a first-round guy, I'm like, nope, that's not it. That's not Bo Nix. That's not who he is. I think even he has accepted that's not who he is. If you've seen some of the comments that have come out from Eugene about him kind of being able to accept that, you know what, you don't have to worry about what you're going to be in the NFL. Just have fun doing it in college. That's why he's back for a 5th year there. He could be one of the best quarterbacks in college football because that's exactly what he was last year. Do I think he still has too many mistakes in his game to trust to be a 12-0 type guy? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. But can he be somebody that we talk about throughout the entire season as one of these guys that is just like, hey, this is turn him on at any given week and you can see what he's capable of? Absolutely. He does some unbelievable things. That play that he made against LSU a few years ago, it's still one of the most incredible plays we've seen in recent memory in college football. Bo Nix can always give you that. But if we're thinking that he's going to win the Heisman Trophy, if he's going to be one of the first quarterbacks off the board in the NFL draft, I'd say that's pushing it too far.
All right, he is Connor O'Gara. I would strongly recommend, especially if you're an Alabama fan, going and reading his article about Tyler Buckner. It opened my eyes a little bit. Because he was at Notre Dame, unaware of how little the guy had actually been able to start because of a ton of stuff that's out of his control. You can read that at Saturday Down South. He is on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. Connor, thank you for the time. Always fun talking with you.
Good luck with that baby, man. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, see you. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I use TweetDeck. I don't get to see people's pinned tweets. I'm anti-pinned tweets.
You're anti?
Yes.
Well, that's a very strong stance on something that's...
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to run out of the box on a routine grounder, but I can't be anti. Well,
I mean, we're paying you to get to first base. I mean, get to first base as quick as you can. You draw that paycheck real quick, don't you? How about getting to first?
Absolutely. I always love Connor. Just a guy who blends in with our show so well. If he lived here in Birmingham, he'd come sit in that chair right over there with us every week. Good guy right there. So is Dr. B, who has literally sat in that chair over there, the guest chair before. He has improved hair. We just asked Dr. B to give us 100%, but he gave us more than 100%
That's
with
right.
LT.
Yeah, hey, look, I went hatless last night to trivia. I wanted to share the new what am I looking for?
Hair?
Yeah, new hair brown. Very good. The thickness up 119% since last September. Went in for that second analysis last week. Again, when I started to thin out, these guys didn't tell me about it. I found out for myself. I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy everyone said to go see. If you know somebody in your life that's thinning out a little bit, if it's you, be preemptive. Go see Dr. B, T3hair.net. Dr. B offering that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call today. Book that hassle-free consultation, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
All right, we continue on the next round today. As I told you moments ago, Brown and others developing the story, more details coming out from Mike Rodak, who the headline that has people now around the country like Dan Wetzel reacting would simply just wow. Alabama firing baseball coach Brad Bohannon less than 3 days after ESPN reports raised questions about, quote, suspicious betting activity involving Alabama baseball games. So the timing of all of that literally jumps in. Reaction from you guys on social media. Dan writes in, Nate Oates literally laughed off murder and kept his job, and this guy's getting fired for suspicious betting activity. That from Dan, jumping in the Coke Zero Twitter feed there.
It's an interesting take.
It is, and to be fair to Bohannon, that's not what the release said, suspicious betting activity, but it's obviously you're going to connect dots that is connected to that.
Brian, I'm so damn glad he's gone. Whether he's tied into the gambling topic or not, it's long overdue. The bats have come alive more this year, but it's still the same results every year. Plenty of coaches to choose from, just have to fork over a little more money.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama certainly, we talk about Alabama, and I know Lance thinks they've got, that underground vault that they just built the arena out of, and Greg Byrne told Lance once he wants the keys to that vault. I mean, you would think they would have some more money they could spend on a proven baseball coach. That's not what Bohannon was. They hired him from Auburn as a guy that, had seen how good programs are built, was thought as a good recruiter, and he's never really gotten the traction that Butch Thompson had at Auburn. Auburn's so much better of a baseball program right now than Alabama on the whole. And if you're in Tuscaloosa, you look at that and say, okay, all the challenges that we supposedly face, right, as a baseball program, if you're in Alabama, Auburn faces those identical challenges. There's not one thing Alabama faces, quote-unquote, challenge-wise that Auburn doesn't also face.
That's right.
And Auburn was in Omaha. So you tell me what's stopping Alabama.
And I think that's why Bohannon was such an attractive hire for Greg Byrne.
Well, it's because he was under Butch Thompson.
Because he was with Butch Thompson when they were sort of laying the foundation
That's right.
down at Auburn.
But there is no way you fire him, 18 games into the season right now?
Into the 21 of the SEC, but they've played 100, 50, 60 games.
Well, guys, look, I mean, I was telling Dunaway in the break, Lance,
Well, I'm saying no way you fire him unless there's something else going on.
Yeah, like Kirk in the chat room says, it could have something to do with the lawsuit by a former player that he was forced to play injured. You don't release it right now.
Or if you do, you clarify that it has nothing to do with the gambling.
That's right. You don't do it the way it was done if it doesn't have something to do with the story that's come out.
Yeah, I again, Lance, and I said this to Dunaway in the break, you follow this closer than anybody. And maybe the entire story will come out one day. And maybe I'm just naive. I would refuse to believe that a college baseball coach was affecting the outcome of games for gambling interest. There's just not enough money in it in college baseball.
I've always said this, when, I think it was Greg Sankey that released or had the release earlier that talked about the integrity, and we've got to watch gambling. I forgot exactly how it was worded, but I've always said in the NFL, Major League Baseball, any professional sport, you're not going to get that. Maybe an official and maybe a baseball coach that I agree with you. I mean, you just can't get enough money down on college baseball where your max bet's going to be $1,000 in most markets.
That's what I'm saying. There's just not enough money in it to make it worth it.
But if it is found that he is betting against Alabama,
that's a big leap, though. I mean, that's
a huge
big leap from what's out there now. We'll hold our water on that.
Yeah, but again, that's why I refuse to believe it, Dunaway, because there's just not enough money to be made in doing it. I mean, there's nobody alive that you're an idiot if you make that choice. Now, was something happening, quote unquote, under his watch? He should have policed better, maybe, and that can be a fireable offense. But for people that are jumping to the conclusion that he was fixing games, I'm not saying he wasn't doing anything wrong and didn't deserve to be fired. But on the college baseball level, it just makes no sense.
Before LT tells us about precision, Brooks brings up something we've talked about a couple of times in commercial breaks. He says for someone who has covered Alabama athletics for a couple of times in his career, has the spring semester been the worst PR semester ever? It's been a rough one if you work in the public relations department. There you see another headline. Alabama Director of Athletics Greg Byrne issues a statement on baseball coach Brad Bohannon. They're changing coaches over there. The search will start immediately for a new one, but the interim coach will take over tonight when Alabama plays a home game against number 5 Brandy. Precision Sports, number 5 Vandy, not Brandy. Drink responsibly and tell us about Precision Sports.
The number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting something in the attic. You hurt the elbow shooting hoop in the driveway. Maybe you got the knee banged up just getting up from the couch at halftime. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's getting you ready for Mother's Day coming up. Listen, it's not just for the diamond right there where it's the diamond for the big question, will you spend the rest of your life with me? When it comes to Mother's Day, they got great gifts as well. Even if you're going to a wedding party, you can find up some gifts there for the bride or groom as well.
Well, hey, they've got the big diamond sale coming up. This is next May 8th through the 13th, both stores. So you've got the Mountain Brook location. You've got the Summit location. If you've ever wanted to buy a diamond from Bromberg's, now is the time to buy. Don't miss the lowest prices of the year, just in time for Mother's Day. If you wait until the last minute to get something for Mom, the best gifts come from Bromberg's. Show her just how much you care. With a new piece of diamond jewelry wrapped in their signature silver gift box, I've always said nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, but mark it down. Right now, savings up to 50% off diamond jewelry and loose stones, May 8th to the 13th, Summit location, Mountain Brook location. For more information, brombergs.com.
It'll be interesting to see what's next for Alabama. I was just running through a list of this.
It's a big list.
Of just stuff that has happened. I mean, some of this you can't control. But, Calvin Ridley was coming off a 1-year suspension for gambling when he was injured. He's off that suspension with the Jaguars, but Jamison Williams goes on to a 6-game suspension for gambling. The Ruggs plea deal after that tragedy in Las Vegas. The murder on the Strip involving what is now a former player. The Brandon Miller association with that, not charged with anything, but all the national press that came with that. Who was the new signee that got arrested for speeding?
Tony Mitchell.
Tony Mitchell down in Florida. The deputy AD just this week with the misdemeanor domestic violence charge. Pete Golding about a year ago with a DUI. The Bohannon gambling story today.
Damn, they could just have their own episode of Cops, couldn't they? Or their own series, reality show?
Tua, it's very different, but Tua and his concussion thing that is going on has been a big story. Mac battling with Belichick. The greatest coach of all time. Seems to be a rift there. There's just, I'm probably haven't even covered all of them there. That's just a list of things that some of them are not at Alabama, but involves former Alabama people, but just Alabama in the headlines. And then there are the positives. Jalen Hurts is an MVP type guy, gets a big contract. He's in the Super Bowl. Bryce is the number 1 overall pick. Will is going to the Texans. D'Amico Ryans gets a job. Been a lot of Alabama in the news, good and bad.
Yeah, but it seems a lot more bad. And bad's always going to get more pub than good. We know that. That's the society we live in. But this almost seems like one of the worst years I can remember in the history of Alabama athletics based on expectation. And just hear me out. Alabama going into the season with Bryce Young and what we knew was going to be his final year, it was national championship or bust. After playing in the game the year before, they don't even get to a college football playoff. Then you have an Alabama team that's ranked number 1. They're the number 1 overall seed, and they go out in the Sweet 16. And then you've got an Alabama baseball team that is, caught up in this bad publicity this week, and they fired their head coach.
It's about as bad a spring as I can remember in Tuscaloosa. It's just as far as the news that just continues to trickle out. I mean, it's this little piece of news and this little piece of news, they're big stories, but they trickle out one piece at a time. And it was like they all just kept building on one another. And in basketball, and then now here comes baseball. I mean, the baseball season not going anywhere close to what the basketball season was going, but still, this was a team that probably still will be in Hoover, probably in the NCAA tournament. If they just continue to play the way they have currently played, they'll be somewhere in the NCAA tournament.
Jack in the Coke Zero chat room, Lincoln did a great job with Jalen. Yes, you can always throw that in there. Jamison Williams was a Ohio State receiver, too, before he came to Alabama. Josh, our buddy Josh Pate from CBS Sports and Late Kick Josh. Nick Saban needs to give the Somali pirate speech to the entire Alabama athletic department. I'm the captain now?
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Yeah, that Saban needs to take over things.
I mean, I don't think Nick Saban wants to deal with any more than he's already got to deal with. But there's got to be a come to Jesus meeting in the Alabama athletics department at some point. I mean, this is just way, 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 way too much at one time.
Well, and it's been a long time since Alabama football wasn't the focus. We're talking about everything else.
And as a lot of people point out in the chat room, one thing you did not lump into that was the Jermaine Burton situation under your watch there on the field at Tuscaloosa in Tennessee. Yeah. I mean, that was a
Dunaway would have given him a clear path.
I know. That was a little bit on Dunaway there.
I was still getting content for Taylor at that point.
The content queen.
The content queen there. Tell us about Ballantrae one more time here this hour. And I got one more note before we get to the top of the hour. College football will start off the next hour, but the final hour of the show today, Buster Olney comes with us to talk about the Red Hot Braves and the Red Hot Rays.
The block party at Ballantrae Challenge Golf Tour is putting it on to raise awareness about colorectal cancer. It's a great time there at Ballantrae, though. Coming up on Monday, 5 to 8, Tom Lehman, major champion winner, PGA legend, is going to be there giving golf tips. They're going to be free food, will be free food for the first 500 people there. Free soft drinks, activities, live music, a $1,000 putting contest, a hole-in-one contest, frisbee golf, and more. It's going to be a great time. They're at Ballantrae Golf Club, 620-GOLF to learn more, 620-GOLF, or ballantraegolf.com on the web. It is Monday, 5 to 8 at Ballantrae Golf Club.
By the way, Montana Fouts and Maddie Penta in Jack's latest tweet about softball and gymnastics abruptly not being contenders anymore at Alabama brings this to my attention. Montana Fouts and Maddie Penta, two of the best pitchers in the country. Remember, I told you they were part of the 25 list for finalists for Player of the Year?
Yeah.
Neither one of them made the top 10.
Wow. Tough group then.
For the 10 finalists there. So two really good pitchers that still could get their teams to Oklahoma City. They're that good, Jack. So I wouldn't bury the softball program just yet. All right, one more thing before we get to the top of the hour. Yesterday, Josh Heupel, Brown, told the Orange Caravan, the Big Orange Caravan, we're not going to play good defense this year. We're going to play elite defense. Was Tennessee's defense surprising to anybody last year? I think they were a top 50 defense nationally. Back me up on that.
In what category?
They had the
I don't know, go total defense.
They had the second to worst pass defense in college football.
Okay, so they were not good.
No, they were not good.
I thought they were 36 last year.
36 in total defense?
I thought they were, but maybe they were not. Maybe I misread that, Brownie.
Yeah. I think you did.
Yeah, you did.
When you said surprising, I thought you were going to say surprisingly bad. They were surprisingly bad.
He says they're not going to play good defense.
92nd in total defense, 405 a game.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. If they play elite defense, even with Joe Milton, then Tennessee's going to be a factor again this year.
Yeah.
Where is the expectations for Tennessee?
You know, it's an interesting question, Dunaway, because I think offensively they lost a ton of skill. Now, Joe Milton in mop-up duty and in some spots when Hendon Hooker was obviously hurt.
I will tell you, just the ball he threw right before the half when I was in Neyland Stadium on just a Hail Mary when he came in, and I brought this up on Monday, wasn't warmed up. Like they just threw him in. He hadn't thrown a football in, an hour of real time.
Monster cannon.
And it was a shot.
Yeah, but, the guy didn't throw a pick last year, which is going back to his Michigan days. Ball security was one of his problems. But this is a team that won 11 games last year, and you start to look at the schedule. If they get by Florida early. Now, UTSA is an interesting out-of-conference game. It is in Neyland, so it's a game they'll be favored in. They should win, but that's still a tricky game. But I'm not going to be surprised at all if they're undefeated heading to Tuscaloosa October 21st.
Well, I need to look at the schedule. Florida is really the only big thing in there, right?
Yeah, and they'll be favored against Florida on the road.
Oh, gosh, yeah, they're a better team.
Look where they put the Tennessee-Georgia game now, the new schedule. For those that have not looked ahead to the football schedule yet, Tennessee-Georgia.
Next to last, right in front of Andy.
Yeah, look, even if they lose to Alabama, that could be for the East.
No, Lance is right. Virginia and Nashville, Alston P at Florida, UTSA, South Carolina, Texas A&M at home, and then at Alabama.
I think I would lean they open undefeated going into Bama. South Carolina is a revenge game. Games in Neyland. Again, going back, you talk about the defense. I mean, they got completely lit up by Spencer Rattler.
I mean, you could have – it's not obviously outside the realm of possibility. Alabama's undefeated for that game, too. So the third Saturday in October could be two undefeated teams, big CBS national game day type atmosphere, ESPN game day in town type deal. I mean, that's going to be the biggest game in the country, obviously, if they're both undefeated. I don't know where Tennessee will start, but I imagine Tennessee starts in the top 15. So if they're undefeated by then, that's a top 10 matchup.
Speaking of which, very soon we'll be getting our ballots together for our preseason 40 and 40 countdown. And I'm going to talk with Lunsford here in a second at the top of the hour about how we can get some of you guys involved with that again by using our website, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Top of the hour here, show being brought to you by our friends at Lake Fest LT, and then we'll get to more college football coming up on the other side.
Yeah, Lake Fest is coming up not this weekend, but next weekend if you're looking for something to do. It continues to grow, a lot of fun. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show presented by AmFirst. May 12th through the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Admission is free to the public. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend long, including that free concert from the Velcro Pygmies on Saturday. Sunday, it's Mother's Day. Guess what, moms? You're getting free mimosas from our friends at Lake Fest. For more information, LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Region's tradition returns to Greystone May 10th through the 14th. You can see golf legends compete, the Celebrity Pro-Am, and enjoy the biggest lawn party in Alabama. But it's so much more. It's about giving back to our community. The Region's tradition is proud to support Children's of Alabama as our primary beneficiary. In 31 years, the tournament has raised over $21 million for local charities. The Region's tradition, a great time for a great cause.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start hour number 3, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. That video that you were seeing was the video that I shot of the fans. Probably my second most retweeted or viewed tweet of all time.
Oh, what was first?
Brown, do you remember what was number 1? Here's a hint.
Oh, the shaking water bottle at Bryant-Denny Stadium. That was an Alabama-LSU game, right? During Dixieland Delight?
It was the game of the century, I think.
Yeah.
And my seat in the Alabama press box was on row 1. And the crowd was really juiced up, and I just videotaped while they were singing Dixieland Delight, and the water bottle was shaking like this, and I sent that video out, and it got a lot of play.
So you're basically an artist. Are you going to get a Pulitzer this year?
If I set a water bottle right here and video, and just do that for a few minutes, that kind of looked weird, probably.
Yeah, keep going.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Yeah. Turn that into a GIF right there.
You get it with the other hand. Is there a way to find? I don't know this stuff. Is there a way to find on Twitter like your most retweeted tweet and your most like popular thing you've ever sent? I mean, honestly, I don't know. Like to look if I'm Jim Dunaway, I can look and see the most popular thing I've ever sent out.
Probably.
Is this.
No, I think I probably can chase that down. You know, actually, now that I think about it,
that'd be a good feature.
I rolled a video of the Vikings. Remember that play where the Vikings beat somebody last second in the playoffs?
Yeah, Stephon Diggs, the walk-off against the Saints.
Who was the quarterback?
Case Keenum.
Case Keenum. He said something, about his faith afterwards, and I sort of screen grabbed that 18 seconds and sent that out. I still see that pop up occasionally in my timeline that somebody has liked or shared that. So that may be my most popular retweet of all time. What are you laughing about?
I'm laughing at a tweet somebody sent me. At 6 pints of creamer. I don't know who this is, but he says, now you're going to have to understand. You got to remember everything that happened with Nick Saban and Nate Oates. He says, I'm looking forward to 2 weeks from now when Nick Saban has to issue a press release saying his public comment, quote, the only thing I shave is my face, was in no way directed at the University of Alabama baseball team. I love people that are funny on Twitter. The only thing I shave is my face.
That's a funny tweet. All right. Warriors and Lakers tonight. They're in San Francisco, 8 o'clock game 2. Golden State lost game 1 of a playoff series. This from ESPN Stats and Info for just the 5th time under Steve Kerr as the coach. They've come back to win 3 of the previous 4. A more amazing streak is the Lakers when they win game 1. They have won 25 straight series when they win game 1. So for me to win this stake, it will take a break of a 25-game win streak.
Now, the
series streak.
good news for you is you are on the defending champions, Golden State Warriors. These guys know how to play with their backs against the wall. You've got Steph Curry, who's coming off a pedestrian game based on Steph numbers. My problem for the Warriors, not only is this a new-look Lakers team that is legitimate, but I don't know what Golden State has got in the way of defending a guy like Anthony Davis. I mean, Anthony Davis is going to eat this team alive. I mean, Looney and Green are going to have to somehow play some of the best defense they've ever played. Looney is a rebounding machine. Neither one of those guys is going to get you in trouble offensively. But right now, they just don't have an answer for Anthony Davis. And I think the Lakers are playing with a ton of confidence right now.
Braves play baseball this afternoon, 10 games before sunset today, so a lot of day baseball. Number 5 Vandy's at Alabama tonight, 7 o'clock over at the Joe. The big story here in the SEC is that Alabama has fired Brad Bohannon 3 days after the ESPN story about Alabama baseball bets being suspended at the Ohio and now New Jersey sportsbook for suspicious wagering activity. Greg Byrne making that announcement today that Brad Bohannon is being relieved and the interim coach is taking over Brown.
Can I just show you, and I think we've tried to drive this point home, how rare gambling on college baseball is?
Again, let me set this up for you. I've been in this business for a long time.
Yeah.
I did not realize outside of what you get in super regionals and what you get in the College World Series in Omaha that you could even wager on college baseball. I had no idea.
I texted Furman just because he was on the show yesterday, and I said wanted to make sure he saw that Bohannon had been fired and that the next shoe had dropped in this story. And he texted back and said, I was just now seeing that. And I said, so am I to assume Alabama baseball would be off the board everywhere now? Ohio, you couldn't bet on it. New Jersey had followed, but Furman had told us yesterday most other places you could bet on it. And it is so rare that you bet on college baseball. Todd Furman, who you say is pretty wired in the gambling industry, right?
Yeah.
I have to poke around since college bases are not widely available even now, but I would imagine most places have them off the books. I mean, even Todd Furman's like, I'm going to have to look and see. It's so rarely that I even pay attention to it.
I don't know who they've got that sets prices on these because it can't be about starting pitching, really. It's just got to be about brand.
And that's what Furman used to do at MGM, right? He used to be the
Caesars.
guy at Caesars, used to set the line out there in Vegas.
Yeah, so even a guy that was setting the line at Caesars is like, look, I'm going to have to look around. I don't even know about college baseball. This is a guy that covers it for a living. And I just continue to say that to show you how bizarre this whole story is, that it would involve gambling on college baseball.
The other big stories, if you've missed them today as you head out for lunch or get back to your cubicle or watch us as you get home tonight, Hunter Dickinson picks Kansas over Kentucky, the Michigan star there. Big pickup for Rock Chalk Jayhawk there. Jaden Bradley, who I was really, really a fan of there in Tuscaloosa playing for Alabama, is going to Arizona. That's where he transfers to. Leor Berman returning to Auburn. Alabama and Purdue are going to play basketball December 9th. In Toronto. I did want to get back to some college football here, and as we do that, I will tell you part of the show today is being brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag. Remember, when you're betting on college baseball, bet responsibly. mybookie.ag.
I looked on there to see if I could find an Alabama line. I couldn't find it anywhere. Mybookie.ag, though, they got all that Major League Baseball stuff up for you there. It is in full swing. They are your one-stop shop for all your betting needs. You can lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series or take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie Money Bag. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. Sign up today, mybookie.ag, using promo code NEXTROUND, and you could secure a first deposit bonus of up to $1,000. It is simple. Deposit $200, play with $300 instantly. It's that easy when you use promo code NEXTROUND to claim your sign-up bonus at mybookie.ag. If you're a diehard or just a casual, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you sign up to get that sign-on bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
We'll do 4 downs. Rockstar has them coming up between Buster Olney and Skip Holtz in about an hour from now, a little over an hour in the final hour of the show. So In football yesterday, we talked about Barrett Saleh's story of 7 coaches that were under pressure to win now, to win instantly. Jimbo Fisher, to relive the 7 he named, Jimbo Fisher, Mario Cristobal, Steve Sarkisian, Ryan Day, Brent Venables, Billy Napier, and Neil Brown. Now, this isn't a hot seat. It's a pressure to get momentum going, to win, to show improvement, the pressure of the fan base with Ryan Day's case. And I felt like maybe there were 1 or 2 or 3 that we thought maybe should have been on this list. Give me a coach you think is under pressure to show some improvement or to get some W's going right now. I'm going to say this, and it's unfair, but, you know, after the tragedy of losing Mike Leach in Starkville, you know, I think there is going to be some pressure on Zach Arnett as he changes the system in Starkville to have some success early on, so everyone believes and buys in with him. There's going to be a honeymoon, a grace period for how he's taking over the program, but to really win everybody over in Starkville, and I believe Zach is making the right move in changing the system. But I think there is some pressure on him to have some early success because of how he has inherited that job.
Well, then do I have some bad news for him? Because in the month of September, they close out with LSU at South Carolina, Alabama. That's their closeout for September. After they play Southeastern Louisiana and Arizona at home, they host LSU. They'll be hosting LSU 7-point dog.
Who?
Mississippi State.
Mississippi State.
I don't know if it'll be that heavy. Probably.
At South Carolina, there'll be a dog, and
They'll
then hosting Alabama, there'll be a dog.
Yep.
I mean, that's a tough finish. If he needs early success, a 2-3 start is quite likely.
Well, Tony says Zach Arnett should have zero pressure.
I agree completely.
I just think there's a lot of pressure when you inherit a job like that to sort of win over the fan base by saying, look, I can do this job. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, again, it's more internal pressure, though. I don't think there's going to be external pressure. I think everybody's going to be behind Zach Arnett, and I think it's going to be one of those kind of sublime, almost a bittersweet year where everybody's obviously pulling for their Bulldogs but still remembering Mike Leach. So I think it's going to be a strange year in Starkville.
Is there another
Yeah,
coach?
I've got one for you.
Yeah.
I think it's Chip Kelly. You know, Chip Kelly's coming off his best year at 9-4, where they ended up being ranked in the top 25. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is now gone, so a new era begins at quarterback. And when you start to look at the Pac-12, and you just heard Conor O'Gara talk about how good he thinks Pac-12 is going to be this year, and I agree. USC, Washington, Oregon, Utah are all going to be in the mix. Here's the problem. Oregon State has overtaken UCLA in the pecking order. Oregon State's a better football program right now. So to me, UCLA is sitting there. They're probably the 6th best team in the Pac-12. And if they go backwards from 9 wins to 6 or 7 wins.
It did feel like he got over the hump a little bit last year, but you're backing up. That's a great one, Chip Kelly. You have one?
Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin, when you know,
the way the season ended.
You publicly flirt with another job. You don't get that job, but what you do get is top 10 pay in the country. If I'm an Ole Miss fan, you better have me in contention to go to Atlanta. That's what I'm paying you for now. I'm not saying it's Atlanta or bust for Lane Kiffin, but I am saying I expect to be in the mix late in the season to make it to Atlanta. Otherwise, why am I paying you top 10 money? And I think Ole Miss fans are rightful. They've got a right to believe that. If I'm going to pay you top 10 money, I should get some results that are top 10 like results, and that's having me in the hunt to go to Atlanta. So let's do this, Lane. And I think he's under a ton of pressure.
Yeah, I think another one would be Dave Aranda. Because, you know, this is year 4. Year 1 was a disaster. It was 2020. Everybody throws that out. It was year 1. Again, it was COVID. But 2-7. Then year 2, they were right there, had an opportunity to go to the college football playoff. They win 12 games, but then last year they dropped back to 6-7.
Yeah, they did win the conference, though. That's got to go somewhere in Waco, right?
I think it would.
I mean, the year they didn't go to the college football playoff, they were Big 12 champions. I'm just saying.
There's expectations with this program now, from what Art Briles was able to do to what Matt Rule did to the one season that Aranda had there. But if they are, again, 6-6, 7-5, very average with what Baylor's been able to do in that conference.
LT is going to try to put on his gambling hat here in a second. Billy Napier, Vol Fan 205, is on that list. Goose says Brent Key at Georgia Tech. Collins left the cabinet's bare with poor recruiting, but for Georgia Tech, and the ACC to stay relevant, they need some wins quick there. He's another guy who, when he took over as interim, won some games last year and built up some street cred there. But you still want to continue maybe to move the program a little forward there from where they were. Tell us about Gutter Cap, LT, and then we'll jump in to these betting lines from our friends at Bet Online.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Gutter Cap, one of the most dangerous jobs and dirty jobs out there is cleaning the gutters out. You want to keep that dangerous ladder away. If you get on the roof, slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call that we've all made, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Again, call for the free estimate, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Anytime these new lines come out, and we've seen some of these in the opening weekend, this is opening weekend only for college football, but you can start betting on these at places like mybookie.ag. LT, Florida at Utah on that Thursday night there. Give me a betting line.
Florida at Utah, I would install Utah as a 6-point favorite.
Utah minus 10.
That's bad news for the Fighting Gators.
Big number. Again, we don't know where Cam Rising's going to be health-wise.
Well, they say he's going to be playing in that game health-wise.
Okay. Well, if he's 100%, the number could be a little bit more than 6. I think that'll be back down to around a touchdown just because of the respect for the SEC.
Now, these are usually the lines that I try to do that stupid bet where, what's that bet I lose every year?
You got to get 6 of 8, 6 of 10, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Never have won that one. South Carolina at North Carolina opening weekend. Good
South
game.
Carolina at North Carolina. North Carolina is going to be a skinny.
Technically, I think that's in Charlotte.
Yeah, it says at North Carolina, but I do think it's neutral side in Charlotte. It's the Duke's Mayo kickoff game.
Oh, well, then I might. I'll just go pick.
Yeah, I think that's probably a toss-up game.
North Carolina minus 2 right now. Colorado at TCU opening weekend.
TCU 14.5.
I think I've seen TCU as big as 21 in that one.
20.5 TCU in that one. The Sunday game, LSU at Florida State. And that's not technically in Tallahassee. It's in Orlando.
I would personally have LSU as the favorite here. I think LSU should be 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have Florida State 1.
They've got LSU 1.5.
Okay.
In that one.
That's the way it should be.
That's the way it should be. They skip ahead to some other games, not just opening weekend. Texas and Alabama, and we'll wrap it here. Texas and Alabama.
Yeah, I think I've seen Alabama as high as 9 in this one.
Yeah, I was going to say Alabama should be about 10.
Yeah, this is a little skinnier, both of you. That's just 7 now. 7 there. So interesting. We mentioned Tennessee and Florida in Gainesville, 7.5. Tennessee a favorite in that one. That's a big number on the road. And LSU at Mississippi State, we were just talking about that. LSU a 9-point favorite in Starkville with Bet Online there for some early college football lines. Other college football news, ESPN still in the mix for Pac-12 games. Their media rights, first tier of the Pac-12 media rights. It's going to be less than what the Pac-12 wants, but I hope this happens. You know why? Because the only reason ESPN would be interested in this at this point, Brown, would be for late-night programming.
That's right, yeah, because they're going to have SEC in the very near future and probably a lot of primetime games in the ACC as well, so they would need something on probably ESPN2, not on ABC, but they're going to need something to take us to bed.
Yeah, or ESPN.
Or maybe ESPN, to take us to bed. So it is interesting to look at, and the other part of this is there are a lot of people that think this is for the survival of the Pac-12, that if the Pac-12 can't close a deal on this, that their future is in peril, that they need ESPN to be able to stay alive, essentially.
Yeah, now they could
as we know it.
They could have some streaming deal with Apple and all that, but this is apparently ESPN and them just meeting, according to Nicole Auerbach, this week about the first tier, so that's the top choices, being still on ESPN, which I think would be important because a lot of eyeballs on ESPN. And we've seen even from the NFL games that when you're just streaming, those numbers dip a little bit, and you're not the NFL, so it could be a bad dip if you're the Pac-12.
Well, and keep in mind now, the NFL is streaming on a night where they're pretty much the only game in town. The college games on Thursday night have gotten so bad. While I firmly believe in streaming, trust me, when you're trying to do it in a crowded space of a bunch of games that are more readily available, it does become a little bit more challenging if you don't have a great product. Now, For instance, if the SEC went stream only for their 2:30 game, that game would still kill because it's such a good game. Everybody's going to jump in. You got to convince me to jump in when it's Washington State, Oregon State. That becomes a much tougher sell.
Yeah, and that's likely the games that would end up on the streaming services there. I hope it happens, ESPN and Pac-12, if they put those games after the main primetime window, the old Pac-12 after dark.
Yeah.
And I think there's a place for that, especially where what the Pac-12 is going to be in the future when USC and UCLA leaves. All right, as we head to break here, coming up, an amazing change in the physical appearance of one great athlete, and we've got trash coming up. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you are looking to jumpstart your weight loss, you can do it right now with Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you. They've helped me now. This is the second time around in my life. But the thing they did most for me was they helped control my blood pressure and my cholesterol numbers, which were on the rise. They can help you with that too. And it starts with just a good, balanced diet. Everything is designed for you. No cookie-cutter plan. Just get more details by going to this website, aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. I was by there yesterday, said hi to one of the Next Round listeners in the lobby who was signing up for the program. We appreciate you supporting, but really this is about giving back to you guys. aplanforme.com gets you there to Way to Wellness. And because you're a Next Round viewer, there's no contract, so you can cancel anytime. There's no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Just go to aplanforme.com. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could he not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Tony in the chat room, I want an Alfa Romeo. Go check it out with our friends at Alfa Romeo Birmingham, and they're standing by. They'll let you test drive those things. Smuff is right. Pac-12 After Dark hasn't been as much fun since Leach left Washington State. But that could be some good games, man, especially if ESPN gets Tier 1. They can put the best of the best games there. I know the Pac-12 doesn't necessarily like playing their best games at night, but I have no problem with them, 9 o'clock for us, 7 o'clock for them on the kick time. Why not?
I think it's one of the more difficult conferences to handicap this year because you look at the SEC, I feel really good it's going to be Georgia, LSU, or Alabama. You look at the ACC, it's going to be Clemson or Florida State. You look at the Big Ten.
A little bit of North Carolina, a little bit.
Yeah, I don't buy it. You look at the Big Ten, Ohio State, Michigan. I don't see Penn State winning that conference.
A little bit. Penn State.
You look at the Big 12. Big 12 is wide open. It always is.
Yeah.
And then the Pac-12. I think there's legitimately 4 teams that could win it this year.
USC, Utah, Oregon, Washington.
Yep. Those 4.
Yeah. Maybe a little UCLA. Just a little.
I don't think so.
Okay. Before we get to this physical change of an athlete, again, the big story here locally, Alabama's fired Brad Bohannon in the aftermath of the ESPN report about suspicious wagering activity. Hunter Dickinson has picked Kansas. Jaden Bradley has picked Arizona. Those are your big stories today. Vulcan Tire and Automotive bringing you this part of the show right now. A great opportunity to get by, get those tires checked before you take your trip this summer. It's about to be driving season as the kids get out of school.
Yeah, hey, look, make sure you get it in, check it out, bumper to bumper. Anytime we get a call, somebody needs their car sent somewhere, it's always Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, Forrester has this right here. Bryson DeChambeau at one time was just, grip it and rip it. He had changed the golf swing. He was huge. He had this unbelievable diet. Has anybody noticed the change in him? This is what he used to eat. He used to go breakfast, 4 eggs, 5 pieces of bacon, toast, 2 protein shakes. Midday, PB&J sandwich, a Go Marco bar here and there, 2 shakes mid-round or every 6 holes, snacking when practicing afterwards. Then at dinner, he was a steak, potatoes, and 2 protein shakes guy. That's what it used to look like when he was sort of changing the way people gripped it and ripped it on the tee box.
Yeah, and I just don't understand because he didn't look fat. Like, you eat that, a normal person is going to be fat.
This is him now, if you've missed it.
Wow.
He dropped 20 pounds in a month.
No, that doesn't sound healthy.
20 pounds in a month. He says he just, his gut wasn't feeling right. If you want to go back to the Giants story, Rockstar, where they had the quote, runs, and not in a good way in baseball.
Quote, unquote, runs.
He says his gut never felt right with the old diet, and now he is all in on eating clean, he calls it.
What was he consistently driving distance-wise?
A mile. Like, I don't know what his average was, but, I mean, it was... Yeah, I would say 330 was his average. I don't know if that was it, but I'm just guessing.
That's a big number. So, I mean, how much do you think he drops by losing this type of weight?
Not as much as you would think. The problem was he was staying hurt. His approach and his body, the way his body was built, he couldn't remain healthy and on the course. So I think that's got to have something to do with it.
I believe what Preston is saying.
Did he put down the roids?
He put down the steroids.
I haven't even looked, but I'm just saying that's the obvious.
He literally said he put down the steroids.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a possibility, but I think it's better for everybody to be a little lean. I mean, as far as like fluidity, moving around, don't you feel better? Like, I don't know if you've ever been on a treadmill at 210 and then on a treadmill at 190.
Yep.
It is night and day.
100%. I lost 14 pounds before I went hiking in Arizona. And I felt 100% better than if I had carried my old self out to Arizona. Clothes fit better. I just feel better.
Yeah,
all the time.
I've kept since Brown said that wasn't healthy. I lost 19 pounds in 6 days with a tonsillectomy. But I've kept 10 of those pounds off, and I feel a lot better.
Yeah, superior thruster. He forgot the 10 cc's of D-ball. I assume that is steroids as well. Kevin says he may lose 4 to 5 yards on that.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a significant distance loss.
Yeah, but it seemed like he didn't start really mashing. And again,
yeah,
was he mashing before?
Yeah. I mean, he was a long hitter, But, I mean, he changed his swing and his body style. Not really his swing. Well, yeah, he did. He changed his swing and his body style.
And his grip and everything, right?
Yeah, he changed a lot of things, but it was the body, the way his body was built, I think, that kind of hurt him.
Yeah. Michael's gained some weight. He wants 190 back from 215 since his baby was born.
Well, I think a lot of people, when the wife gains a little weight with the baby, it's an easy excuse to say, you know what, I'm going to comfort eat.
That's right. If she's eating ice cream, I'm going to eat some ice cream too. All right, it's trash coming up here. But first, tell us one more time about what's happening at Ballantrae since we're talking golf.
Yeah, 620-GOLF, 620-4653 if you want more information from Ballantrae. But basically, Monday 5 to 8, Tom Lehman, PGA legend, and some of his friends going to be out there with a block party at Ballantrae. It raises awareness for colorectal cancer. It will be free food for the first 500 people, free soft drinks, activities, live music. There will be a $1,000 putting contest, a hole-in-one contest, some Frisbee golf, and tips from PGA great Tom Lehman. Ballantrae Golf Club, Monday, 5 to 8, ballantraegolf.com for more information.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I don't know why that one gets me every time. Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Got to see our buddy Tanner came by yesterday. Always nice to see those guys. Housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Interesting story here. Ed Sheeran, don't even know if you guys knew this was going on, is in the midst of a trial for a lawsuit that claims his song Thinking Out Loud, really his first big, massive hit, rips off
sex symbol.
Marvin Gaye's classic Let's Get It On.
I have seen this, and I've heard this, and...
Have you listened to Rockstar? I trust your musical judgment better than anyone here.
There are similarities, but you can say that. I mean, like the worst one I thought was the Tom Petty "Won't Back Down" and "Stay With Me" by Sam Smith. That they had to, and like Sam Smith's like,
Yeah.
I'd never even listened to Tom Petty as a kid.
And I've said this before. I think "Lover" from Taylor Swift is more like "Fade to Me."
Fade into you.
Fade into you. Yeah.
Mazzy Star.
Mazzy Star. This though.
Oh, no, I now that you say that, absolutely. Yeah, I can hear that now too.
I've always thought Thinking Out Loud was very unique, but this is the first. When I read this yesterday, I started to think about it. It was like, there are similarities.
Yeah. The most egregious one of all time, though, is the Jaws theme. If you go back and listen, I mean, that is a straight ripoff.
Oh, Stairway to Heaven too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
What did it rip off?
I can't remember the name of the song. They've been in lawsuits for this thing for a long time.
Oh,
They finally settled it. Yeah.
This thing's about to get nasty. So Sheeran's attorneys have spent the past few months unsuccessfully trying to get the case dismissed, but now he's raising the stakes by threatening. This is really going to get him to quit music entirely if he's found guilty of copyright infringement. Now, per the New York Post, when Sheeran's attorneys asked what he'd do if the plaintiffs won the case, he responded, quote, "If that happens, I'm done. I'm stopping. I find it really insulting to my work, my whole life as a singer-songwriter, and diminish it." Now, Sheeran has denied and insisted that any similarities between the 2014 hit and Gaye's 1973 song purely coincidental, and that those similarities were too common to constitute copyright infringement. To drive his point home, I wish we could have seen this live, he reportedly belted out various mashups of Van Morrison songs for the courtroom on Monday. This was during testimony.
What a treat for the jury. They got an Ed Sheeran concert.
An Ed Sheeran concert, right?
I know. And it was stripped down. He just had his guitar.
Most people on site said it didn't help him as much as he thought it might.
But we loved your singing, Ed.
Yeah,
Thank you.
seriously. You're going to take that away from me because I got to quit.
What if the guy, the jury, is like, "Hey, can you do that that one song?"
Hey, Hobbit, real quick.
Mustang Sally. Got that one?
The federal copyright infringement case was filed back in 2018 by Structured Asset Sales, an entity that owns part of the copyrights of Ed Townsend's
who co-wrote Let's Get It On. In September of 2022, Judge Lewis Stanton decided that Sheeran and Structured Asset Sales would have to argue their points in front of a jury.
Well, who's got the home court advantage here, literally? Is this in England?
Yeah,
where
I was
he's
thinking
from,
the same
or
thing.
is
Yeah.
it
New
in
York.
Detroit?
It's
New York?
Which New York, I mean, let's just do quick geography. Much closer to Detroit.
Yeah, I'm going to go Marvin Gaye here. I think he's got to be a
and
slight
it's-
favorite. What do you say?
Yeah, Marvin Gaye, 73.
Yeah.
Thinking Out Loud, 14.
Yeah, my question would be, how much can we settle this for at this point? Because Ed Sheeran obviously is making a lot of money.
Yeah, but what Ed's trying to avoid is now people get in line saying, "Ooh, he stole this from me. He stole this from me." I think you got to make an example. You got to make a public example.
Well, we got to split pay between the streams for Marvin Gaye's estate.
But if he makes the public example, like Marvin Gaye didn't beat me, the low rung guy that's got to claim he's not going to fight it.
It was the Marvin Gaye thing with the Robin Thicke song. What was the big
Blurred
hit?
Lines?
Yeah, but he had to pay that one.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he should have. I mean, my God,
that was a straight ripoff.
That was a straight ripoff. I thought Marvin Gaye was in on that.
Yeah,
but like Olivia Rodrigo, who she's kind of disappeared, was so
Driver's
hot last year
license?
and 2 years ago. She had to pay Taylor Swift a ton of money.
Every one of her songs.
Yeah, but it's not like. It's more like she's ripping off her style and not necessarily the music.
And what's the big deal about that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
there shouldn't be anything
Is
wrong
it
with
is is it 6 measures, Rockstar? You get 6 measures before you have to pay.
That I don't know.
I thought there was some sort of legal standard that once it goes beyond 6 measures, you then have to pay.
Well, keep an eye out on this one. It could get interesting.
But to Rockstar's point, there's only so many chords and so many notes, and we've been doing music forever.
Over 20 years.
Yeah, but we've been doing music, rock and roll music, since the 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, we're going to start repeating stuff. I mean, we actually are rebooting movies now because we've done every movie possible.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, is Spielberg, the late Peter, eventually going to come after 48 Meters Down or whatever that shark attack movie was?
Yeah.
Because it's similar to Jaws?
Yeah. And
again, I don't think Spielberg wants to raise any Jaws theme as a ripoff of another song.
That's right. He doesn't want to get into that.
Don't start getting people pointing.
Can I get Lunsford's mic? This just seems like something you could, probably the only one on the show that even have a chance to have seen this, Lunsford, you or your beautiful wife, Schmigadoon. Did you watch that?
I haven't watched it yet. She hasn't either. I know what it is, though.
I have watched Schmigadoon and Schmicago, which is season 2. And it's basically rip-offs of or spoofs of those Broadway plays. And, I assume that
it's like Weird Al.
The people that wrote Chicago is getting some money because it's basically a spoof on the storyline of Chicago, the Broadway play.
But again, Weird Al, I mean, how much money did he have to pay out?
I don't know. I remember hearing an interview with him. He said the one person that would not the estate of Paul McCartney would not let him do Live and Let Die. I can't remember what
But you think about his music was the lyrics were different.
Yeah, it's the exact
But the
same-
music was the exact same.
melody.
But they were in on,
I think
he had to pay a certain
usually
amount.
Like Coolio didn't want him to do Amish Paradise, but finally he agreed to it. I think his company agreed to it, but like him doing Kurt Cobain loved it. Like we've arrived if Weird Al Yankovic's doing a parody of our song.
So this is life imitating art.
Okay.
Have you guys seen the movie Walking Down? I watched it again recently.
Falling Down.
Falling Down?
Falling
Oh,
Down.
yeah, I've seen Falling Down. I was
Michael
like, walking
Douglas.
down. Yeah. Oh,
Bad
yeah,
day.
yeah.
Bad day at the
Bad day,
office.
yep.
I'm walking down.
But you remember the one part where he decides to walk through a golf course.
Uh-huh.
You're going to die with that little stupid little golf hat on.
52-year-old Lake County man arrested on allegations of attacking another man with a golf club over an argument about walking on the course. Now, deputies said the victim and his wife were walking on the Harbor Hills Country Club golf course when Eddie, is this Eddie Ordebeg?
Sure.
Is Eddie looking at me or not? I can't tell.
He looks a little exhausted.
Yeah. He was playing golf with his son. He told the pair they were not supposed to walk on the path because it is, quote, intended for golf carts, and it is a rule of the golf course. Now, according to the arrest affidavit, the victim said an argument began, and Ordebeg spit in his face. Ordebeg then struck the victim in the leg with a golf club, leading to a physical altercation. Victim said Ordebeg then struck him again with the golf club, this time on the side of the head from behind. According to the affidavit, the man told deputies he tried to defend himself by striking Ordebeg with his water bottle. Ordebeg continued to strike the man several times. Victim told deputies that he believed his ribs were broken in the attack. Deputies say the victim's body and clothes were covered in what appeared to be blood and that the man had several cuts on his body, including an earlobe that was, quote, ripped.
Yeah.
Now, he took this too far.
No doubt.
But you should not walk on a golf course.
That's right. I mean, the golfer was in the correct here. He was the right one, but he's going way too far on this. Yeah. I mean, he had a valid argument, Lance. Just
Took it a little too far.
A body was discovered under a guest bed at the hotel in Tibet after he unknowingly slept above it for hours. Now, that's not even the problem here. The most disgusting thing in the story is this. The man initially thought that the strong smell coming from the bed at his hotel was caused by his feet.
So he thought his feet stunk so bad that it smelled like a dead body.
A decaying dead body.
Yeah, that's bad.
After sleeping for 3 hours, he had moved to a different room because of the stench. Body was discovered moments later. The man, identified in local media as Zhang, told police. Said police had arrested a person in connection with the case. Now, the inn, with its warm lights and wooden balconies, is popular on social media for a spot for taking photographs. Zhang posted a review of his stay online, which later went viral on social media. Hotel responded by denying the incident altogether. Zhang posted evidence of his stay as he shared his experience on the Chinese social media network Weibo. Yeah, probably not good for this hotel that they've got that going on.
It's
probably
hard,
not good for Zhang that he's got feet that smell.
Or for the dead guy that was under the bed.
Yeah,
bad for him too.
Let's start right there, Brown. Let's forget
it's a bad day for him.
But all of a sudden, is the guy with the smelly feet? Is he a suspect because he was in the room with the guy?
It's a great point. You're the last one to see the body.
Okay, so these are celebrities as kids. Let's see if we can identify.
So since we can't break out of a room together, I'm going to give you all some kids, celebrities as kids, and see if you can guess who they are.
One of them J-Lo before we start.
You never know. Who is this?
That is Selena Gomez.
I'll go with Dunaway.
That's very close.
Yeah, I'll go with
Dunaway. Who's the other girl that looks just like her? Kind of.
Helena Gomez?
Helena, her sister Diane.
That is Selena Gomez.
Yeah, Dunaway. It's going to be creepy if you get all these. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you. I'd throw it off a little bit.
That right there is going to be, she was in the remake of that movie.
I don't know if it is a he.
No, I think it's a girl, and I think it's the girl that sings really, really good, and I can't think of her name right now.
The one that sings really good?
Yeah. She was in the remake of that movie. No, it's not Adele. It's the
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
No, it's not Lady Gaga. One of the right answers is great. This is great.
It looks a little like Lucas Haas. It also looks like the lead singer of that song that did the "Kiss Me."
Sixpence None the Richer.
Yeah, it looks like her a little bit, but I'm going to go Adele still. Not thick enough to be Adele, but I'm going to go Adele.
You ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
Robert Downey Jr.
That's Robert Downey Jr.?
Wow.
Can't see it at all.
Wow.
You think first time he's ever been mixed up with Adele?
Or Lady Gaga. Oh, man. That is that girl.
Jennifer Lawrence.
You went Jennifer Lawrence.
I did go Jennifer
Lawrence. This girl has had some work done.
Okay, never mind then.
That is Amy Schumer.
She's got Amy Schumer's nose. Those are good guesses. Jennifer Lawrence isn't bad with the mouth. I will say
with the mouth.
No, she's got Jennifer. That's what I was actually looking at.
I will say this is Shiv from Succession.
You have the first name right on Jennifer Lawrence.
I do. Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Garner.
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston.
I can see it a little bit.
Yeah.
By the way, she looks like the girl that is it a tanning or is it Salt where they're getting their backside, their trunks pulled down?
The Morton's,
that's Copper Tone.
Copper Tone, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I am not good at this at all.
I am not either.
Boy, whoever this is cut their own hair.
They did.
Cool bangs, man.
And we caught them in the bad teeth cycle, too. Lost some teeth.
But that happens. I mean, that happens.
That happens.
That happens.
I'm going to go Keanu Reeves.
That's a girl.
Is that a girl?
Yes. Look at that hair. You can't get that long a hair as a boy.
My hair was that long as a boy.
You can't get a name Keanu unless your parents are going to let you grow your hair like that.
That's a good point, Lance. I got nothing on this one.
Oh, hold on. Let's take it. I don't want to clue, Leighton. Stay with us.
Yeah, that's more of a girl's chin. You're right.
Yeah. I got to look at the eyes. It's in the eyes.
I'm going to back it up a little bit.
It's always in the eyes.
But in reverse, Terry.
I know this is a musician.
Do you really know that?
I really don't.
Is that Pink? Music hit Pink?
Mandy Moore.
Oh, Mandy Moore.
Oh my gosh.
We got a kid with a football.
I think this is the final one.
Is this
I
the
like
last
this
one?
game.
Well, he's cross-eyed too.
That is
It's a big-ass football.
I mean,
That's
it is a big football.
That's a Manning, though. That's Peyton.
No,
Peyton Manning.
I think Rockstar's throwing us off with a football.
These pants are dating the kid. This is in the 60s.
Bruce
so this would be
Jenner,
old.
no.
George Clooney.
No, I'm going to say Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Peyton Manning.
This is in the 60s.
That is Ryan Reynolds.
It's not in the 60s.
Good-looking dude.
God, I sucked at this. That's Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran.
That's a hobbit.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
We'll do humble brags tomorrow, Rocky. Save them.
That's
Yes. Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it, someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can also go online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Speaking of kids, man, your kids would love Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there, get those hand-cut chicken fingers. Rockstar and my son both say they're the best chicken fingers they've ever had. Also, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all the great southern sides that go with it, the caramel cake that Brown loves. Open for lunch. It's a destination place, great place for dinner or date night. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check everything out at champyschicken.com. Buster only in 15 minutes.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more, Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats and vehicles on display. Vendors and food trucks. Live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday. And Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for mom. For more information, go online. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Lunsford's right. We should have fit a random Dunaway pick in there.
That would have been funny to see if you could have picked up on your own. That's me.
I would have gotten my own. Ballantrae, a great place to be, coming up on Monday, Brownie. Tell us about that. We're trying to get a bunch of next round folks out there on Monday.
No doubt. Why would you not want to go? Take your kids. I mean, PGA legend Tom Lehman going to be there giving some golf tips for you. 5 to 8 o'clock, free food for the first 500 people there, free soft drinks, activities, live music, $1,000 putting contest, hole-in-one contest, frisbee golf, much more. It is a block party at Ballantrae, put on by them, the City of Pelham, and Challenge Golf Association Tour. It raises awareness for colorectal cancer, but you can have a great time there at Ballantrae. May 8th, 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. That is Monday, 5 to 8 at Ballantrae.
Did Taylor give you the mock draft from Todd McShay? Do you have that one yet? Nope. Okay, we'll do that in the last segment of the show. We'll do that last segment.
It's very interesting, though.
Yeah, some interesting stuff coming out from McShay about that, about the mock draft in the NFL. Kirk Cousins of the NFL says he wants to stay in Minnesota after this year. This is his last year. It's a contract year for him, basically. 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions last year. You point out all the time that they had a really good record, but nobody was threatened by them.
Well, they won every single one-possession game. Which
crazy wins. That win in Buffalo was just...
It was just insane. I mean, they had so many insane wins. You can't replicate that year after year in the NFL.
But here's a trend that makes you think Kirk Cousins is not the long-term answer, and this is why they have not given him a new contract. 3 straight years, his passer rating, and QBR has gone down. 3 straight years. That's a trend.
Yeah.
That the success cannot be upheld.
But again, he's only 34 years old.
Would you want him?
No.
If you're a Minnesota fan, I mean, even as the 2 seed, wouldn't you say, yeah, I'd like to get the future in
I'm just saying I don't think there's necessarily a correlation between age and the decline,
No.
at least yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a correlation. I just don't think Kirk Cousins is that great an NFL quarterback.
And I still think he makes bad decisions. I mean, every year he throws for 4,000 plus. He throws for around 30 touchdowns. But every year he doesn't go deep into the postseason.
Yep.
Forster, while we continue a discussion about some other basketball news, can you go to the Sporting News? Because this is the headline Alabama fans or Greg Byrne do not want to see. Sporting News Twitter. They've just sent out one of those graphics you like to pull up about the firing of Brad Bohannon. I did want to tell you that, yes, Hunter Dickinson is at Kansas and Jaden Bradley's at Arizona. We didn't follow it up yesterday, but Tyler Perry, who we all know from his years of playing against UAB with North Texas, he picked Kansas State 2 nights ago. Jerome Tang got to the Elite Eight last year. Tyler Perry will instantly step in for Marquise Noel. Big pickup for him right there. And then at Mississippi State yesterday, they gave Chris Jans an extension of his contract by a year, as Mississippi rules go.
Yeah, they've got the 4-year limit.
But they also gave him a raise from $2.4 million to $3.2 million. That guy did a hell of a job this year at Mississippi
Very
State.
good job. I think he's at least shown to be an excellent coach. They were offensively challenged many times, but they were an elite defensive team. I mean, he had them playing elite defensively. And I think he showed a lot of promise. Now, you got to back it up, and it's going to be tough to do. This conference is only getting more difficult in basketball with Texas and Oklahoma coming in. But I liked what Jans did.
I agree. I think Jans did a great job with what he had on that roster. It'll get better.
Okay, now before we show you the Sporting News headlines, give us another JohnsonRVCenter.com. If you want to get out and see America, best way to do it is with our friends at Johnson RV Center.
It is I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Get lost in the great outdoors this summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. 2023 travel trailers, just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from $439 a month. This is 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for all the details. And they've also got a military discount for all active and retired military personnel. Of course, May is the month of Memorial Day. So they pay tribute to the great people that have served and died for our country by taking care of those that are in our military and our retired military. You can see more about that at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Our I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur.
Okay, just because the logo is there beside this headline, this is the Sporting News seconds ago. Look at that headline. Alabama baseball gambling scandal with that Alabama logo there. That's
well, I mean,
you don't want to see that, man.
And below it, Alabama head baseball coach Brad Bohannon fired Thursday due to gambling accusations.
I think I mean,
Are they jumping the gun?
Well, a little bit. I mean, you can put 2 and 2 together, but the press release didn't out and out say that. I mean, to say that that's exactly why he was fired, to report it. Now, to just discuss it and talk about it, that's one thing, but to actually report it, that is a bit of a jump right there. Though I think we're all smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. Alabama has not publicly said that yet.
Alabama baseball gambling scandal. Just to see that A with that headline is not the look you want to wake up to, is it?
Again, and look, a coach has been fired and Alabama's games have been pulled off the board. So obviously, I guess the phrase scandal applies here. But I'll just again say, there's not enough money available in baseball gambling for any of this to make any sense.
I mean, I would agree.
If you
but
told me
there's got to be something to this. I'm fascinated to know what the details, the inner details of this story actually are.
And we may see that. Somebody will do some reporting, or Alabama will have to, reveal it one day. I don't know. And there may be criminal charges. I mean, this could rise to the level of criminal charges for someone. I'm not saying Brad Bohannon, but someone. People are saying, well, maybe somebody got behind in football season or basketball season. We've gotten that response. That could have happened, but again, it's going to be hard for them to make that money up in college baseball, even if they're sharing inside information.
Rusty in the Coke Zero chat room, that's media for you these days. No facts, no integrity, just get the story out. Ashley disgusted that murder and gambling headlines have been associated this year with the script A, demoralizing as an alum this season. When we come back, we talk baseball on the field with Buster Olney. Another big night for the Braves. They win 14-6. Tampa Bay wins it, but everybody's talking about Wander Franco's mustard on a play at shortstop. 10-day baseball games today, and Buster up next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. My team won last night, but my shortstop had the mustard bottle out on a throw to first base. I want to get a professional take on what Buster Olney thought of this.
All right, well, let me do the business, and I'll let you ask the first question.
No, you can ask it. You ask the questions better than I do.
Oh, okay. Well,
I want to be a spectator.
The great Buster Olney is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie, mybookie.ag, code next round when you sign up for that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. All the Major League games there, mybookie.ag, code next round. First off, Buster, how are you today?
I'm doing great, yeah, and I've been fascinated by that play by Wander Franco last night for the Rays. And what everybody should remember is the guy who hit the ball on the play was Brian Reynolds, who is in his 73, he ranks 70 in the 73rd percentile of sprint speed. So there's a hard ground ball to Wander Franco. He gloves the ball, and rather than just throw the ball immediately to first base, he kind of flips it in the air to himself. And then he fires it across, and he beats his throw beats Reynolds by a step. It's a little bit, akin to an NBA player, throwing the ball off the backboard to himself in a breakaway for a dunk. It's one of those plays. When I saw it, I laughed. I'm sure a lot of people in the sport laughed, especially because that's the trend of the game, is for players to put on a bit of a show, to have a little bit of mustard, to have the bat flip. That's one. Put that in the category of you better not mess it up. There was a runner at third base, for God's sake, and if he messes that play up, then there's probably going to be a conversation about it, just as if a guy hits a long fly ball and he stands at home plate and watches it. That ball better clear the fence, or else there's going to be some stuff said by manager, coach, teammates.
I brought this up a couple of days ago, so I want to ask you before I forget, but your reigning NL Cy Young winner, Sandy Alcantara, Game 1 against Minnesota, you were like, oh, here we go again, another dominant season. But since that game against Minnesota, that complete game where he shut out the Twins, he hadn't even been a shell of himself. What's going on right now?
I know the conversation among other teams is, because of where we are in the analytics era, is, you know what? They rode him hard last year. Like he was kind of the throwback to the Madison Bumgarner, Clayton Kershaw, Tim Lincecum years where they're throwing 235, 240 innings. That just doesn't happen anymore. Yeah, I mean, starting pitchers are just not leaned on in that way. And so that's some of the early theories I've heard from opposing managers, that they feel like that this is much like you see guys who pitch deep into October struggle the following year. They feel like that there's a price being paid for all those innings, all that effort that he had last year, because he was an outlier in terms of how the Marlins used him. It helped him win his Cy Young Award last year, and this year it might be costing him pure stuff at the beginning of the season.
Logan Webb's very definite description of a different kind of digestive RBIs aside, was Mexico City a success? Does Major League Baseball, did they enjoy that visit to Mexico City, even though some of the players apparently did not?
Yeah, I'm sure that all the people who are in the Park Avenue offices of Major League Baseball had a great time when all those players went to Mexico City. Look, those two games got a lot of attention. In Mexico City, that field is at 7,200 feet elevation. The other day, and I don't think I'm crossing any boundaries telling this story, I was in the Phillies clubhouse, and you had 4 players who were playing a game of hearts, and one of them was Bryce Harper. And I can't remember who the leadoff batter was who did this, but the leadoff batter, I think it was Wade Lamont Jr., who hit a home run to start the game. And Harper gets up and he goes, "Oh my God, I'm just amazed. Like I called that. I knew that was going to happen. A home run on the first pitch. He was all fired up because he predicted a home run was going to be hit. There were a ton of them. It got a ton of attention, but I'm sure that the players were glad that it was over with. Because let's face it, the brand of baseball played in that park is going to be completely different than any place else.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Buster joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up. MyBookie.ag. Code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. And I want to make sure I get his last name right, Buster. I hope you know the Pirates minor leaguer, third baseman. Is it Drew Maggi or Maggi? Do you know?
Maggie. Yeah.
Maggie. I saw this story, and hopefully you can provide some context. So he's making nothing in the minors. He's working multiple jobs. But if he got one major league start, he gets like $500,000 a year in the minors. Am I right about that?
Wow. I didn't know that.
Okay.
I didn't know the context. But I know what you do have are major leaguers get split contracts. Now, my guess is that under the split contracts, it's probably prorated on a daily basis. So maybe he gets paid, maybe he gets paid at a much higher rate if he actually has a day in the big leagues.
But
but I don't know for sure if he's making $500,000.
Okay.
Let me check on that.
Yeah, and I may have seen that incorrectly, and I'll own that if I did. But the only way he got the start, as I understand it, because he got a couple of at-bats, but he needed the start, was the fact that they had a rain out, and it was a doubleheader, so they expanded the roster by one spot by rule, and he got that spot and got the start. Without the rain out, he goes back down to the minors and never gets that start, if I heard the story correctly.
Wow. Well, it was neat. What's happened with him since he joined the Pirates has been great. It's right at the center of all the fun the Pirates players have been having. I love the video after he made his first appearance in the big leagues, where he does the post-game interview, and then he comes in, and Derek Shelton, his manager, great guy, meets him at the top of the steps coming from the field with a giant hug. And after he finishes that hug, he goes into the clubhouse, and all the Pirates players are waiting there for him, waiting to cheer him, waiting to let him have his moment. 33 years old to have that sort of experience. Very cool.
Hey, to me, one of the surprising division leaders, the Rangers right now in the AOS, Bruce Bochy, one of the best managers we've seen over the last, half century with the 3 championships with the Giants. Now he's, the manager in Arlington there for Texas. They've been doing this without DeGrom, who's on the DL. They've been doing it without Corey Seager. But when you look at the run differential, Buster, they're only second to Tampa Bay, plus 69 in that category. I'm assuming Texas is for real.
I think they are. And we've been fortunate enough early season of Sunday Night Baseball to be around them twice. I had Bruce Bochy on my podcast yesterday, and I mentioned to him that the word that's been applied to them is resilient because of what you laid out, not having Corey Seager, not having Jacob deGrom. He completely agreed with that. And it's really interesting because when you're around that team, it's so we're talking about Wander Franco flipping the ball to himself. The Pirates, they're having fun. They're doing the swords. I asked Marcus Semien earlier this year about what the Rangers home run celebration in the dugout is. And he's like, well, we don't have one, which is absolutely in keeping with the personality of their guys. Marcus is like that, very businesslike. Corey Seager's like that. DeGrom is like that. Boch is like that. And yet they're just kind of going along and playing baseball. I'm going to hijack this moment because I heard one of the funniest stories I've ever heard when we talk about these home run celebrations and victory celebrations. So you guys saw in Mexico City last week when the San Diego Padres won, they broke out this piñata celebration, okay, where they put a piñata up and the hero of the game gets to break the piñata. Well, we have the Padres and the Dodgers on Sunday Night Baseball this week. And so I suggested to Eduardo Perez on our call this morning that he needs to do a breaking of piñata breakdown analysis. Do it very seriously. And Eduardo, without missing a beat, said, I have a ton of experience breaking piñatas, and I'm bitter about a piñata breaking. I was turning 10 years old. There was a piñata celebration at Pete Rose's house. I take my shot. They give me a wiffle ball bat. Other kids get wiffle ball bats. Pete Jr. steps up. They hand him a wooden bat, and the whole thing explodes. And so when a piñata was broken in Pete Rose's house, as far as Eduardo Perez was concerned, the fix was in.
I got to ask you.
Pete fixing a piñata bust is not the least believable thing in the world.
And hitting us a little close to home today. I will tell you that the Yankees are always fun. when they're in last place in a division, they obviously steal the headlines. I saw what Cashman said yesterday. Aaron Boone being around in October. You buying it or not buying it?
I'm buying it because I covered Brian forever, and after he had that press conference yesterday, I called him and asked him, and like he knows what the narrative is, right?
Right.
He knows what's being said about the team, and he said flat out, "Look, the injuries are killing us, and there's no way of getting around that." I think it's going to be hard for them to make the playoffs because the American League East is so stacked. When you're talking about all 5 teams have run differentials are in positive, all 5 teams have records over 500. So the Yankees, if they're going to make the playoffs, they're going to have to climb the Blue Jays or the Rays, or the Baltimore Orioles are off to a great start. One big thing that I think is going to be a challenge for the Yankees and other contenders, I'm working on a story about the trade market that's coming up. And what I'm hearing across the board from general managers is there are just not going to be very many good players available because the bad teams in baseball right now are so bad. As one general manager said to me, you look at the Oakland Athletics, who do you want on that roster? So if you're the Yankees and you're thinking like every year you're going to add help in the trade deadline, GMs are telling me, forget it. There's just not going to be that many guys available, and that's going to be an X factor that Brian hasn't worked with before. One thing he always does reflexively, Brian does, is when the team is going badly, that's when he goes out and makes himself available to answer questions because he feels like that's his job. Like they're in crisis, and it shouldn't just be the player, shouldn't be manager Aaron Boone taking the flack.
Again, as you said, the AL East is a really good division. But can you remember the last time we were in May with the Yankees in the basement and the Red Sox right above them?
No, absolutely not. And here's the thing. Imagine if they were in the American League Central, the Yankees or the Red Sox for that matter, and they were not in first place. Well, the narrative would be, well, over time, they'll be able to figure it out. There's such a stress level to be in the American League East because already the Yankees, by the end of the weekend, they might be double digits out of first place behind the Rays. I think a similar crisis is developing for the New York Mets. Like they're already 5 games behind the Atlanta Braves. And if you really think about it, since early June of last year, the Atlanta Braves are 15 and a half games better than the Mets.
Wow.
Right?
Yep.
They made up the deficit of 10 and a half games last year. They're off to a great start. The Braves looks great. The Mets older rotation's already showing some dents. Like it's getting late early out there, as Yogi Berra once said.
Dodgers Padres, great game. As Buster said, 6 o'clock ESPN from Petco's Sunday night. See Buster in the game. Urias versus Snell scheduled to go in that one. Buster, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy San Diego.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. See you next week. Buster with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag.
Speaking of afternoon baseball, the Tigers just starting at home against the Mets, where the Mets are struggling. Top of the first there, no score. Mets already 5 back of the Braves. Braves go at 3:10 this afternoon at Miami. And I just wonder what it's like in downtown Miami. I just saw they're setting up the Grand Prix, the F1, coming to Miami this weekend. So, or at least coming soon.
No, it is. It's in Miami this weekend.
Yeah. I thought they raced that out at Hard Rock Stadium. I could be wrong, but I thought that's where they raced it. So do they go downtown?
I thought it was downtown.
Okay, my bad.
I don't know. I just saw them doing some setup for that. I didn't know if that was near the baseball stadium or near the football stadium, but I did see a stadium, so maybe it was Hard Rock. I don't know. But they were showing some of that on one of our screens here. We got baseball on 2 of them right now. One of those, Brian Cashman saying, don't count out the Yankees. You can't count out the Yankees, but they're 8.5 back early. And April turns to May and May to June pretty quickly.
Yeah, I still would be surprised if the Yankees win that division. Really surprised.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we will get to Rockstars 4 Downs today. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. Happy anniversary to Wayne's. Now's a great time to sign up for Wayne's lawn care service or their mosquito protection. You can save $50 on each one of those services, stack it, and save $100. Best thing about this deal here, it's not just for new customers. If you've been a Wayne's customer for a year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, you can still get these great savings, $50 and $100. All you have to do is use the promo code TNR. TNR. Throw that promo code in there when you call them up, 866-WAYNES1, or go to the website, callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. Promo code TNR. Save $50, $100, $150, $200 on their services there. That includes discounts on pest control, termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services. The promo code is TNR at callwaynes.com or by calling 866-WAYNES1.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
To some of the Alabama baseball fans out there who are like, who can Alabama go get? Somebody was like ready to move on anyway. A lot of good baseball coaches out there around the country. You just look at what some of the coaches in the ACC are able to do with less resources, like in Maryland and Duke. Go check out those programs. ECU's really good in baseball.
Cliff Godwin is the coach there. That would be my target if I could get him. He has done a tremendous job there, and he's got deep SEC ties at Vandy, Ole Miss, and LSU. But this shows you the state of Alabama baseball right now. at East Carolina, he's making $100,000 more than what Brad Bohannon was making.
Wow.
Right.
So, Greg Byrne in Alabama, if they want a guy like that, they're going to have to step up because he's got it pretty good at East Carolina and is already making more than what Alabama was paying.
Lane Burroughs does a good job down at Louisiana Tech. Some of you are saying Casey Dunn at UAB, proven track record over the years of what he did at Samford there. But Casey's an Auburn guy, not just a guy who coached at Auburn. He's an Auburn guy. So I don't know if Casey would want to go to Alabama or if he'd be on Alabama's radar. But his dad was at one point. So there's a lot of coaches who are not SEC coaches or SEC assistants who are doing a heck of a job around. Paul says Greg Goff is available, LOL. That's the guy that Greg Byrne had to let go a few years ago for, I think, trying to take away scholarships or something like that. It was another issue that he wasn't supposed to be doing. Bobby points out Casey grew up an Alabama fan, so maybe that gets him over being an Auburn grad.
I think Sammy had that job for a minute, as you said. That was one of those where he took it and then decided not to take it, I think, if I remember the story right. That's been a while.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people out there that do a heck of a job of coaching baseball, but it's going so fast in the Coke Zero chat room. People are like, who would want to come to Alabama for baseball with their recent struggles? It's a good facility. It's an athletic department with a lot of money. But you are not in the top tier of baseball programs in the SEC.
And it's not just what they pay you; it's what they invest in the overall program. Your off the field guys, things like that. So that it's got to be more than just what you pay your head coach.
It obviously is a tough job. It's tougher than Alabama football. It's tougher than Alabama basketball.
I think Bohannon was 13 out of 14 in salary, so that probably gives you an indication of where they are paying the whole staff when your coach is 13 out of 14.
But back to the 90s, it was in a better spot than Alabama basketball was.
It was, yes.
But a brief moment in time.
I know.
But still, it can be done.
I don't understand why it can't be done, though.
Auburn faces these same exact challenges, and they're doing it.
Yeah, how does Oregon State do it?
Yeah.
I don't know. But Auburn has forever, in my lifetime, been a better program than Alabama in baseball.
Yeah, I would say historically those two have been
really good programs.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my point is they face the same challenges.
Yeah, but
Auburn's investing more. Butch Thompson's making more than $1 million.
Really close to 2 national championships in baseball.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Tough job, though. That's all I'm saying.
Right now.
But the SEC is so good, and you're not in the top half of a
tough job
of a great conference.
If you're not going to invest, it's a tough job. If you're going to invest, it gets less difficult.
I don't disagree with that.
You seem like you do.
I don't.
think you're just saying that to move on.
No, I'm not. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it's a tough job.
It is, but it's tough because you're not investing in it. You're trying to.
Well, you just built a new stadium.
Yeah, but it goes beyond that. You're paying your coach 13 out of 14. You don't have. I think he had one full-time off-field guy, if I'm told correctly. Vandy and LSU and Ole Miss and Mississippi State and Auburn, they're all investing more than what you are. Tennessee. You can't buy a Pinto and win the Daytona 500. You've got to invest in something for it to succeed.
Our friends at the Regions Tradition, we're out there next week. We're looking forward to that. The Pro-Am is on Wednesday. The tournament, it's a major, starts on Thursday, 4 rounds. We're out there Wednesday and a couple of times throughout the weekend. You should be out there all weekend long. Here's how you get tickets.
Yeah, you go to regionstradition.com to get those tickets there for the Regions Charity Classic. Don't forget that Wednesday Pro-Am Day. All the big names coming out there for the Pro-Am on Wednesday, including Kirby Smart is going to be out there. Condoleezza Rice is going to be out there. Of course, all the great golfers that you've seen throughout history. It is right there at Regions Tradition, regionstradition.com for all the information, regionstradition.com.
Let's do 4 down. Skip Holtz is in the next segment. We'll talk to the USFL coach of the champion Birmingham Stallions, who for the first time in his tenure they're not in first place anymore. So we'll talk to Skip about crisis on the South Side. But first
down.
What is an example of the bad guy wins in a movie?
I think the ultimate example, and it's one of my favorite films, David Fincher's Seven, John Doe and Kevin Spacey, because he lines that thing up to a T, and everything hits just right up until the final, which is one of the biggest, twist in cinematic history.
Reveal, non-reveal?
I mean, I think we all know what was in the box to an extent.
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not.
I think we do know what's in the box.
Oh, we know
the
what's
more
in
you
the
watch
box.
it.
What's in the box, Jim?
It's her head.
But you hear
Did you see that?
You hear Morgan Freeman say John Doe's got the upper hand.
Yeah.
Back down.
Oh, such a good scene.
And John Doe knew that he was going down too.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
he
was
knows he's
part
dying,
of it.
yeah.
That was
Yeah.
to end it. I mean, it was incredibly done. But the bad guy won that
Yeah.
movie.
I mean, I would say now, listen, Kay divorces him. He has to kill one of his brothers. One of his other brothers gets killed. He's got crap happening all around him. But Michael Corleone continues to cash checks. And he is an evil dude. So I would say to an extent Michael Corleone loses, though, a lot of crap happens around him.
Yeah, but the only people he kills are bad people.
And his brother. Don't forget about his
Fredo
brother.
was a bad guy.
Well, he
Crossed
was
him up.
Michael Corleone's a bad guy.
War hero.
It's gonna be unpopular.
Made a turn.
Smokey and the Bandit. They literally are violating
There's
the
no
law,
doubt.
bringing the cores from the Rocky Mountains over here. They are actually breaking federal
Yeah,
laws.
running from law enforcement.
I was going to say,
but they
Anton
win in the
Chigurh
end.
from No Country for Old Men.
I thought of him. I thought of him, yeah.
Yeah, watch that
Second
again,
down.
What do most people have that you don't?
I don't have a lawnmower. I don't know if most people have that.
You know, Lance, I don't have a lawnmower.
Okay, well then never mind.
I know. No, I'm
I
with
don't
you. I
have
was
a
thinking the same thing.
Wow, I have a lawnmower.
Rockstar does.
I gave mine to Reed.
I gave mine to my dad, and he called me yesterday to let me know that it broke. I gave it to him like 5 years ago, and it broke. And I was like, Dad,
Apple
it's-
doesn't fall from the tree, does it?
I was like, Dad, it's.
I just tried to crank it, son.
Dad, it was used when I gave it to
Yeah.
you, and it's been 5, maybe even 7 years now. I mean, it's time to buy a new one.
When we moved to my new house, I decided I am not cutting that yard myself, so I gave it to a neighbor before we moved. I didn't even put it on the moving truck or anything. I just gave it to a neighbor.
Third down.
What is a tradition we should get rid of?
Gender reveal has become a tradition that needs to go out the window.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
I wonder where that started. I mean, who was the first one to do that one?
I don't know.
You know, Peter Burns was the first I knew of doing it because he told us at the SEC baseball tournament years ago.
Yeah, he
about
had a
hitting the
good
golf
one, though.
ball.
The 7th tee at Pebble Beach. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Another one, no offense, Rocky, because I did the same thing. 1-year-old birthday parties are so
Oh, I'm
Wes's.
so against it. I have a wife though. Like I
Yeah.
had.
All right.
Yeah, that's
She's
what we
for
did.
It was basically a birthday for her.
That's what it is.
He has no idea what's going on. He threw a tantrum the whole time because he was supposed to be taking a nap.
It's not necessarily a tradition we need to get rid of. It's just we need to uniform this. Are we going back to the handshake or we're going to be full fist bump now? Which one are we doing? Because I
It's,
have had
so awkward.
I've had so many awkward interactions where I go in for the handshake, other person comes in for the fist bump, and then we both change, and then you're like, yeah, what are we doing here?
Yeah, your buddy Alex came by the front of the
Yeah.
stage. I don't know if you saw the awkward exchange
Yeah.
between us, but I went for the fist bump. He went for a high five.
I know.
My fist went into his palm.
Which is the way Rockstar does it all the
Paper
time.
beats rock.
He always does weird things.
Yeah, you just got to be weird about it.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah.
make it weird to make it normal.
That's why I'm just a hugger now.
I'll
I'm a
say
kisser. I'm a Frenchie. Like,
Yeah,
mwah.
are you?
French kisser.
Just lick their ear.
I'll say this on the May the Force be with you. May the
Fourth
Fourth be with you.
Are you watching those movies tonight?
No, this kind of stuff bothers me. But tomorrow, Cinco de Mayo, not a big fan.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
a big fan.
Manufactured holidays.
Not
need
a
to
big
go
fan.
away. Yeah.
And Cinco de Mayo is actually Independence Day in Mexico, right?
Right.
Yeah,
They spend in LA one
why is
time.
it not offensive that I'm celebrating that? We get offended by everything. I'm not from Mexico. Why am I
discount on queso.
But I
Why
love
am
their
I
inde-
celebrating
Because
your
they're
independence?
independent. They're independent.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I think
if
everybody should be
My man
independent.
Rodrigo might fire off a bottle rocket on the 4th.
If
I got no problem with
That's
that.
right.
If
Bottle rocket.
I'm not offended if people in Mexico want to celebrate our independence either. I'm just saying it shouldn't be that big a deal for us.
I like it though. It's just another excuse to eat Mexican
Or drink.
or drink.
Fourth down.
By the way, tomorrow, Drinks for Dunaway will be making margaritas. Why, Brown? Because it's
Cinco
Cinco
de
de
Mayo,
Mayo.
yeah.
Good tease. What profession has the most arrogant people?
TV.
TV is 1,000%.
Dunaway, am I wrong?
No,
Okay,
TV.
thank you.
Yeah, but I'll tell you also, Saks Fifth Avenue over here.
Yeah.
You go in there and some 24-year-old chick thinks she's waiting on somebody that makes $1 million a year. She thinks she's making $1 million a year. She's making $35,000, and just the pompous attitude is completely ridiculous. Just because you're selling a good product.
The judgmental part of you walking in when they see your outfit. Oh, this guy's going to try to shop
Yeah.
here?
A couple of lawyers, a doctor, architect over in the chat room, but from the day I walked into my first local TV newsroom, it's local TV, man.
Yeah.
And if you've seen some of this, like I was watching some clip they dropped of Tucker Carlson, and I don't understand. I mean, people, when you roll on people when they're not on camera, then you're just trying to get them in trouble.
I didn't even think that stuff was that bad.
It
though.
wasn't. But what got me was somebody's bringing him stuff to wipe his microphone off. Some guy's helping him take his earpiece off. I'm like, my God,
Now-
you're a grown man. You can take your earpiece out of your own ear. You can wipe. You can
you
eat
would
your own.
love it though.
No.
It's not all local TV. I mean, for all the arrogant people, there are the Jeff Spiegels of the world and the Jonathan Hardisons of the world. They're good people.
Say all your friends that you see on a regular
my
basis.
good friends that I see on a regular
Decker
basis.
has no
Brittany
ego.
Deckers of the world.
I see
Stephanie
Janet Hall
Walker.
at church. Yes.
Jim goes to church with Janet Hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
So James Spann.
James Spann. Yes, they do not all brag about how many Emmys they've won. Go ahead, Rockstar.
That was fourth down.
Oh, was it? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
And it's brought to you today, our four downs, by our friends at the Lake Fest as we get ready a week from this weekend, next weekend, as I like to call it.
Yeah, that is Mother's Day weekend as well. So if you're looking for something to do, that is the place you need to go. Again, it's continued to grow throughout the years. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Admission is free for the public. Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend long, including the Velcro Pygmies on Saturday. Free mimosas for Mom on Sunday on Mother's Day. For more information, LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The USFL.com, the USFL.com for tickets. Skip Holtz, he's got to do something he's never had to do before. He's got to coach not in first place.
Oh, my gosh, Dunaway.
He's been in first place since he took the job. Tied for first before they played the first game. Then he got off on a win and just win a championship. I don't know if he can handle the pressure.
Let's ask him. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Do you kick chairs over or kick a cooler over just to send a message this week, Coach?
No, maybe at halftime. We'll see how it goes. Maybe at halftime I'll have to make that statement. But I like their focus this week. I mean, obviously nobody's real excited about the way we stubbed our toe last week and weren't able to quite keep up with the scoring that the Breakers were going on. But, that's one thing about professional football. If you're in the college game, you lose one game and you're out of the conversation. At least now you've got to get to the playoffs. You got to be in the top half of the South Division, and still a lot of football left to play. So we're excited to get back out on the field and show that wasn't really who we've been. And so excited about watching them play this week.
All right, Coach, let's go back to week 2. Ryan Brown was a fan of this, I'm sure. Anybody that had the over was a fan of this. You guys are up by 33. You punch it in with 2 minutes left. You guys go on to win 42-2 over Memphis. And Todd Haley not happy at all. Have you guys had any conversations? Is this just the mentality you guys are going to score when you can score and you're not really worried about the opponent?
No, I mean, that wasn't the case at all. And had there been 10 seconds, 20 seconds on the clock, I wasn't going to take a knee on 3rd and 4th down and just give the ball over at that point. We've got 7 new starters on this team. 4 of them are on offense. Our starting quarterback was out. Our best receiver, Marlon Williams, is out. Our starting tailback, Bo Scarborough's out. We got the ball with about 10 minutes to go, 11 minutes to go actually on about our own 5-yard line. And I said, you know what? I want to see Alex go one more series. I didn't know it was going to go 9 minutes and 95 yards, you know what I mean, to get us down into that position. But I guess, in hindsight, I could have taken Alex out when we got to about midfield and saw the drive was going. But I think that experience is invaluable. I think right now when you're playing with a lot of new players, I got to give them a chance to play. And I wasn't throwing it deep. I wasn't chunking it, you know what I mean, with what I was trying to do. I was trying to put together a meticulous drive down the field. And we were able to convert on 5 third downs on that drive to take it down the field. When we got down there, it was the 2-minute warning, and we were able to punch it in. So it certainly wasn't a thing where I was just trying to see how many points we score, and it's like on your mark, get set, go, let's go. I mean, we were playing well, but I felt like it was really important to get some experience for some of those new guys that were in there that week.
Hey, at least you all didn't go back to the same hotel like last year. It was, you had to get on a plane and leave. But you guys are traveling this year, and now you're off to you're back to Canton when you won the championship. So there'll be great memories. But is there a different approach this year, where some are at home, some are road games? You got to sort of coach it up a little differently.
Well, I do think the biggest thing about being in the road, everybody talks about last year we were the home team, and we certainly had the advantage with the crowd being here in Birmingham. I won't dispute that. But the worst thing about playing on the road is the travel. Well, last year, nobody had to travel. Last year, everybody was a home team. And so it's not like you have to leave the day before, go stay in a hotel, go through planes, trains, and automobiles to get where you're going after the game, get back on a plane, get back at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then get ready to go play the next week. So nobody had to go through that this year. This year, everybody's having to deal with that a little bit. We've had a couple teams have already had to go on the road and come play here. And we're going to have to go on the road and go play this week. We go up to Canton to play Pittsburgh. We're going to travel later to Ford Field to play Michigan. Up there, we're going to go to Memphis twice to play both Houston and to play Memphis. And so travel is definitely going to be part of it this year, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is the home team there, played in Canton as the Stallions hit the road. They will be back home Saturday, May 13th against Houston. That is the Fox game. Down at Protective Stadium, Saturday, May 13th against the Houston Gamblers is when the Stallions return home. If I had told you coming into this you would have had to play multiple quarterbacks as many times as you've had, would you have thought it had gone this smoothly?
No, I really would not have. I mean, obviously that position is so valuable to the success of winning and losing, protecting the ball, executing the offense. And I thought Jamar and Alex worked last year in a tandem. They were both, Alex was a starter. He got hurt. Jamar went in, obviously a lot of experience in this offense and did a great job. But the reason that it worked, and I think we went back and forth about 4 or 5 times because of injuries last year. Jamar got hurt middle of the year. Alex went back in. Alex re-injured his ankle. Jamar went back in. He went out in the championship game with cramps. Alex went in and won the game in the second half. But the reason it worked is because those two guys, they're great friends. They're incredibly unselfish. They cheer for each other. It's been really fun to watch the dynamics of those two support each other. Ever since Jamar's gone down, we have a couple quarterbacks behind, and obviously Jalen Morton, a young guy that we brought in who is very, very talented. And when Jamar went down, we brought in a guy like Kyle Sloter, who's got a ton of experience. But right now, I think Alex is the guy. He's playing really well. He's going to be a one quarterback system until one of those two quarterbacks prove that they're ready to go play at the same level that he's playing. But I think it has gone incredibly smooth for playing two quarterbacks. Again, I think Alex has come in and not missed a beat. Been really proud of the way that he's progressed.
2-1 right now. Get your tickets to see the rest of the season with the Stallions. TheUSFL.com. TheUSFL.com. In that very first game, when you lose Marion Williams, how big of a part of the offense was he going to be? And have you been happy the way everyone else has sort of picked up the slack?
Yeah, I mean, he was the target. He was the one. We only had one returning starter that had played a lot last year. He was our leading receiver, him and Victor Bolden. Victor had moved on to the Arizona Cardinals. So he was really the only guy we had. We had a lot of new faces. We brought in Deion Kane. We brought in Watkins. We brought in Mitchell. We've brought in a couple of new faces, Davion Davis. And I think Davion Davis has really stepped up. I mean, he is certainly making his presence felt in just 3 weeks. And just even today, had a great day again today. Kane keeps getting better. Watkins keeps getting better. So, I mean, Marlon Williams was going to be the guy to kind of carry the load. And when he goes out in the first game with a torn Achilles, I mean, it was like, oh, wow, okay, now you're playing with a bunch of rookies, so to speak, a bunch of first year in the offense. But I really give an awful lot of credit to them with the way that they've picked up the offense and the job that they're doing right now. They have talent. They just got to get comfortable in the offense. And it's not just what to do, and that's what people don't understand. How hard is it to teach somebody what to do? It's not as hard to teach them what to do. The hard part is how to teach them how to do it versus cover 2, how to do it versus cover 3, where they're supposed to fit versus cover 4. I mean, there's just a lot of little nuances to make this offense work, and I think those guys have really come along and they're doing a good job.
You grew up in a coaching household. You followed the footsteps of your dad, Lou. As a kid, making those moves when your dad took different jobs. You've got 3 kids of your own. When you took different jobs, how difficult is that on the kids?
You know, I look at having someone, I married a girl that lived in the same town her whole life, you know, and she had lived there since she was a little girl, knew everybody. I never lived any place more than about 2 years. You know, I thought we were running from the IRS as a little kid. We were about every 2 years, we were in a new spot. But I tell you what it did for me. And I think a huge thing was the way my mother handled it, and looking at it really is just an opportunity. The ability to meet new friends, go into new places, kind of get out of your personality, you know what I mean? To go interact with other people and always kind of get out of your comfort zone a little bit. I think it was incredibly character development, a great bit of it, moving from town to town and meeting a lot of people. I go back and look at the way I grew up. I wouldn't change it. I've got now with social media, I mean, I've got friends in Arkansas, North Carolina, South Carolina that I all grew up with, you know, and I could go into a lot of different ports. And I look at my children now who, you know, have been in South Bend, and they were up in Connecticut, and then South Carolina, North Carolina, and Florida. And then my son went to Texas to go to school. My other son went to Notre Dame to go to school. And they live all over the country now, and they're all very outgoing, very social. And I think that's all part of their development when they were young and moving around a lot. So for me, yeah, I look at it and say, I wish I would have had that opportunity. But my wife will tell you now, after being the girl that lived in one town, she said she's actually really liked having the opportunity to live a lot of different places, experience different cultures, you meet a whole lot of different people. And so for me, I think it's been great. I think, you know, be where your feet are if you want to be successful. And I certainly am not going to look back and say, well, I wish I would have, because I am who I am because of the experiences I've had.
Have you ever stopped and wondered if Lou Holtz had been a tax attorney, what you would have done for your career?
Hopefully I would have been a football coach.
I mean, but
I wouldn't have. I decided, somebody told me I need to know the books if I'm going to get into business. I took accounting in college, and I took one class, didn't carry a number in that spreadsheet. And I went into my advisor and said, all right, I'm dropping accounting. What's next? What else can I get into? So I don't think, even if my dad was an accountant or a tax advisor, I don't think I would have been in that.
Sunday is the Stallions game against Pittsburgh in Canton. FS1 is where you watch that. FS1 Stallions Maulers on Sunday at 5:30, and then they're back at Protective Stadium next Saturday against the Gamblers. That is a 3 o'clock kick from Protective Stadium here in Birmingham. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
You know, guys, I appreciate it. Enjoyed it as well. Glad we could make this work today, and giddy up.
Yep.
Giddy up.
Good luck. Go get them on the road. Thank you, Coach. Take care.
Get
Coach.
back in first place where you belong. Yes. All right.
Coach on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Greg from Pell City, also a big local football fan, and he supports a lot of teams like the Stallions. You can support Greg and his wife, locally owned company for over 20 years, Storm Restoration Roofing. It's Greg from Pell City on Facebook as well if you want to look him up. Here's the number to call if you ever have any storm damage. But also, if you need a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the business. And here's the best part. Greg is so good at his job that insurance companies, insurance representatives who come out and inspect your homes and help you with damages and such like that, they trust Greg. So he has a great relationship with them. It's going to help you out. So save this number or use it for a free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531, or simply on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the next round. ESPN actually has Michelle Still now joining David Purdom of ESPN on this Alabama story. They have fired today Alabama head coach Brad Bohannon. That is in this this ESPN story coming after Alabama and LSU's game last week. In the story at ESPN.com that Forrester shows you here, the investigation is centered on 2 bets on the Tigers to win from the same unidentified customer. That according to multiple industry sources telling that to ESPN. And so that's the way it looks on ESPN right now, that Brad Bohannon has been fired. And the headline simply says, Alabama fires baseball coach Brad Bohannon amid betting probe.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't know what the dollar amount is. I don't know why you would bet against your team. But if you bet against his team, immediately should be terminated.
Yeah, and there's a good chance this is not the kind of thing you come back from and coach again at the collegiate level.
It's going to be tough. I mean, just getting fired to begin with makes it tough. But, when you tie something like this in, it's almost impossible.
Our friends at Simpio bringing you part of the show, and then we're going to do Todd McShay's mock draft.
Yeah, Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that were many unaware existed and has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits. Prices only large organizations get. They're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
All right. Taylor Korn, the best in the business, our social media director, also builds a lot of graphics. Her and Forrester teaming up together. This is the Todd McShay mock draft, and some ones of note that you wanted to point out, LT. At the top, no surprise that Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr. I do like the way Todd goes with my Bucks getting Caleb Williams. Sign me up for that draft right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I told you, I believe, much like Todd, that the Bucks are going to be the worst team in the NFL, and I think you guys would go the direction of Caleb Williams.
And the thing I like about this one, too, is seeing him not go quarterback with Arizona. That's been the most puzzling thing with the recent big deal that they signed with Kyler Murray. How many people have Arizona drafting quarterback? It just doesn't work. So I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is a much more likely pick for them.
Get him a weapon. Look, this is your quarterback. You're all in with him at least for the next 3 or 4 years. Then Drake May at 3. Those are no surprise. 4 and 5, interesting, though. We talked about, these guys yesterday.
I like those logos there, Alabama at 4 and 5. So there's Dallas Turner and then Kool-Aid McKinstry. So you think there are people that would bet on Kool-Aid McKinstry to be a top 5 draft pick?
I think people look at Kool-Aid and they see the potential of a lockdown corner and a guy that's still growing at that position. He's got a little flash to him.
Good name.
Yeah.
You don't draft good names,
Great
but he's
name.
got a good name.
I mean, I'm not going to be surprised at all if Kool-Aid McKinstry is a top 10 guy.
So outside linebacker, that'd be the first defensive player taken for the second year in a row off a defense that has my dad said it yesterday. He goes, we just got to get back to be playing Alabama defense.
Well, I think Kevin Steele probably approaches it closer to what Nick Saban and Kirby Smart do, as much as anybody that's been in that. Well, Pruitt has too. More so, let me just say it, more so than Pete Golding. So I think the defense people got accustomed to with Kirby Smart and with Jeremy Pruitt, I think you're going to see closer to that. Maybe not a replica, but closer to that with Kevin Steele.
Kool-Aid being the first DB off the board, according to Rusty, for sure, if he has another good year. And according to Todd McShay, that's where he starts out. Number 5 overall, being a defensive pick of the Cardinals, they have the Texans' first pick there. Smuff says Kool-Aid has the measurables to go with that as well.
He does.
And then there's one more you wanted to point out there for the Cowboys, an offensive lineman also from Alabama that's 26th on McShade's first round.
At least the rumblings you're hearing, one of the most improved units on this team should be offensive line. And J.C. Latham, you saw it last year. The potential of this kid, and I've seen Latham a lot higher than that, but that wouldn't be a bad landing spot in Dallas.
Now, again, I'll say, though, if you got 3 of the top 6 picks, I'm not saying you have to win a national championship. Well, look, anymore at Alabama, it's national championship or disappointment. What am I saying, right? Just going to the college football playoff is not enough for Alabama fans. They've gotten caviar taste under Nick Saban. But if I'm an Alabama fan and that's the way that draft falls, and I don't win a national championship, something has gone terribly wrong.
Alabama football, where they are now, they just had the number 1 overall player go at the position of quarterback. If I would have told you that, most people would have said they want another national championship.
I would agree completely.
I would agree as well, especially you got the first defensive guy off the
I
board
know,
too. Yeah,
I know, and he was number 3, by the way, number 3 pick.
That is the subject, by the way. Some common DNA of Alabama's 6 national championships of Nick Saban, of today's gym class hero that'll be out later on today. So you can check out a common thread of DNA that the 6 have had that Alabama didn't have last year.
So you're giving me common DNA from Alabama national champions that was missing last year.
Yeah. Two things that were missing last year.
Are we far enough along to see if they have it this year, or do you need to see games before you know that?
We'll need to see what they were able to do on the field, but everything you're hearing in the offseason says they're going to try to get back to what that common
those two DNA items are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You can see that on our video platforms, whichever ones Taylor's sending them out on a little bit later on today. All right. Ballantrae, one more time, a great opportunity for our golfing friends out there, or just people that have young kids that want to get out and share a great afternoon with our friends at Ballantrae.
Yeah, listen, I mean, if you got young kids, what a better guy to get some tips from than Tom Lehman. Good dude, major championship winner, PGA Tour legend. He'll be at Ballantrae on Monday, 5 to 8 for a block party, free food for the first 500, free drinks, a chance to win a grand $1,000 putting. A hole-in-one contest. It's just a fun day. It's a block party there at Ballantrae Golf Club. It is 5 to 8 on Monday. I'm going to tell you where you can go see more, though. BallantraeGolf.com, BallantraeGolf.com. Or if you have any further questions, 620-GOLF. It is absolutely free. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to learn more about that block party Monday, 5 to 8 at Ballantrae.
Okay, and by the way, LT with another cool hoodie on. From our friends at Roback. Show them the logo on the shoulder there.
Rockstar's got one, too.
There you go.
Rockstar's got one that I wore yesterday.
Yeah, I got one.
You've got one on?
Mine's a quarter zip, though. For some reason, I'm not getting the hoodies.
I don't know if y'all have noticed. If somebody can let Roback know, Jim wants a hoodie.
Yeah, my God. I'm
a big hoodie guy.
He's mentioned it.
I don't wear this, but I want a hoodie.
Mentioned about 10 or 12,000 times.
But I do feel how soft this one is.
Yeah. Lance, don't touch it too hard now.
Seriously.
Jim does not have leprosy.
You're going to need to touch it harder to feel the
Wow.
softness.
I felt it.
Yeah, out of context.
All of Roback's stuff.
Yeah. Roback. What's the promo code, Brown, and what is the website?
TNR20 for Roback.com. Your first order, TNR20, and we'll save you 20%.
20%. That's
yeah,
a
that's
big
good savings for Roback.
I've now got 4 of their hoodies.
Yeah. I know.
I've bought the boys each one of their hoodies.
How many do you have?
He has 4 more than I do.
Oh, okay.
Right
So you don't have any.
I think it's 0, Rockstar. I haven't heard recently.
Roback.com, Roback.com. Promo code TNR20. It's our normal promo code, but add 20. That's the 20%.
So the shirt you let me borrow yesterday, I had to do a shoot, and I didn't dress properly. So I had to throw a Roback golf shirt on.
That's right.
And it fit me really good, but was that an XL?
No, that's a large.
It was a large.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay,
it was a
because
large.
I've got a large golf shirt at home.
It's an identical one that Brown also got. Brown wanted the XL. I fluctuate in my weight a little bit, Rockstar. It's going to be breaking news.
It's wishful thinking.
And I told Brown, I said, I need a Roback skinny closet and a Roback chunky closet. And I've got a few XLs in my chunky side. I needed an L for my skinny side.
Yeah, so I said, I'll swap.
So I swapped it.
If you don't start taking clothes out of your skinny side, let me know, because I did like that shirt.
I told Kelsey when I let him wear it, I said, I will not get that back.
Trade you a
But he
hoodie
gave
for
it back.
Yeah,
He did give it
Lance
back.
has got some hoodies to use as collateral. Jim.
I don't know if he could wear my hoodies. They're larges.
Wow.
Ooh.
Well, again, that would go to the skinny side. I mean,
side,
if I'm
yeah.
getting that shirt, then obviously you're not going to get one of these hoodies.
There was, LT gave me one piece of clothing back in our radio days. I loved, he had one shirt, and I coveted, and he gave it to me one time. He was about to send it off to Vapor. And I took it home, and I was at my skinniest.
Just sleep with now your pillowcase.
And I put it on for the first time, and at my skinniest, it still didn't fit me right.
Boy, I bet Maggie had to clean him up off the floor after that.
Lance gave you that belly shirt.
and it still hangs in my closet with some special lighting. One day, I'll dress like Lance Taylor. All right, we are back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time. By the way, I got a text from somebody that says that Bohanna may not be the only thing.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens next. 9 a.m. tomorrow Central Time. We're back with you until next time. God bless you and God bless America.